this up. Oh, I hope that hasn't fucked anything. Bacon, am I coming through okay? Are we good? No. Don't start. Yeti fast! Let me update the boards. Welcome to the waiting room of our 24 Killers banter. I hope you're all doing splendid.
No.
Little Fire and I were having like a duo rant before we got started because we both...
No, you know, let me fucking explain what the fuck it was, okay? He was like, we need to talk about something so that I feel better. And I'm like, okay. So now he feels better, but now I'm angry.
Now you're ready to fight. Anyway, Yeti, let me add you to the boards. But Verdant, Kakazi, Watto, and welcome. I've been here the entire time. Come on in, friends. I want to get as many folks in. I want to get our advertising done. Okay. But we are going to be talking about 24 Killers. I have been deep diving that shit all day and have found some wildly cool stuff. So I'm hoping everything is working because my streaming software threw me some weird little bumps. Get this all up and running. Anyway, Watto and welcome. I am so sorry that we didn't get a stream in yesterday. I missed you lot something fierce. We fell asleep. We fell asleep on the couch in the most awkward way, and I nearly ruined Thanksgiving. Everything was fine in the end, but about
Music notes, don't call it an alleged resurrection. I've been here for years. Music notes.
I mean, don't call it a resurrection. I've been here for years. It's not quite there. It's almost. And Little Fire, Watto and welcome. So let me get everybody in. And again, sorry if I seem a little like. I don't want to bring Watto's nuts. I see your activity for this evening will be to mess with me. Look, we'll get everybody in. As you know, we are proud wavers of the rainbow flag in this household, and I get fighty when I encounter people who are wielding it under false pretenses. You know what I mean? And I'm leaving my shit at the door. But I am very glad I have Little Fire here to rant to.
Yeah, great. Good for you.
How you feeling?
Fuck you.
Anyway, let's let people know that we are live. Well, Aeon, it was also that Little Fire had a super early start this morning, so I didn't want to be all like, Watto and welcome at midnight, you know? But I didn't ruin Thanksgiving dinner, and it was delicious. The inventioners rebels of the R-Side, the Reginald Squimbledick Interactive Entertainment Society. Okay. Alright, Discord has been alerted. So anyway, we're gonna get everybody in. get everything all set up and started. And tonight is going to be our first meeting of the Longshipian Game Club. We're going to be talking about 24 Killers. We're going to be going in depth. I just need to not burn through all the banter early. Let everybody get on in. Reginald Squimble Richard. Only if he's nasty. Oh, Vernon Grimm. The Williams child. No, it's... Look. I'm really struggling with a lot of the coverage around this game Horse, and I do not like how it is being wielded. I do not like the narrative that's being written around it, and it's making me fighty. And this is one of those evenings where I need to focus not on being fighty on the internet, but on celebrating stuff, you know what I mean? Vanderbeest, what? Oh, and welcome. And it's really hard. Eurogamer put out an article about it today, and I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to... I'm trying not to be pulled into its nonsense. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Bacon, thank you for the bits. They're seriously all... The one thing a lot of this game club work has got me thinking about is, again, kind of like just the sheer amount of privilege I've got. And I'm going to try not to get feelsy about it today. I am lucky to the point that thanks to you lot, to feed my tiny household, we're going to be talking about an obscure, esoteric indie game. That's pretty fucking cool. So, Hoffers, Watto, and welcome. We don't currently have any guests joining us this evening. It was... my attempts to find other folks who are either interested in this evening or have played 24 Killers was sadly met with a resounding crickets. So it's just you lot, me, and anyone from the game club communities who decides to pop on in. But I do have loads of little details to talk about and point out, and I can't wait to hear what you lot think. You know? I was hoping tonight was going to be more of like a round table, but yeah, these things are as they are, right? So yeah, I do have a bevy to crack once we get properly into it. Anyway, friends, sorry. I went to space for a second there. How have you been? I haven't seen you since, literally, we played 24 Killers. It's been a day and it feels like it's been 1,000 years. We had a lovely little Thanksgiving that was almost a disaster and wasn't. We played some zombies. I saw credits to Ball X Pit. That was really the long and short of it, you know? Made the mistake of cuddling up to Little Fire on the couch, and then we were out cold for like an hour and change. Uh-oh.
I was working on a formula for a new type of drink called Soylent Cola when my friend asked what it would taste like. I told them, it varies from person to person.
Bravo. Bravo. And puns, thank you. Indeed, puns. Watto and welcome. So yeah, game news has been odd, but not awful. I guess there has been some bad news, which, I mean, let's rip the band-aid off now. The upcoming Let It Die Inferno is going to be riddled with AI slop. Yeti, no! I was looking at the third party, not Nightingale, until I saw the price tag, which on sale is like $500. Fuck that noise. No, I didn't know they were making a clear coat Nightingale. That's not fair. Immediately go to look at it. That's not fair at all. Hang on, let me just search for it. Oh, that's not fair at all. Oh, it's only $105. Fuck. Ah, well. I have 2 Nightingales currently unbuilt. I do not need it. But thank you for letting me know. Nick Yacht, Wasso, and welcome. J-Post. Come on in, friends, come on in. Ooh. Half a pie. I had a gorgeous turkey sarnie before we got started. Little Fire made a mac and cheese that would make the gods wince. There's a couple of roasties left. I actually did not make enough roast potatoes, which was the thing I thought impossible, yet here we are. Yeah. And Hoffer's, well, that's the thing. Like, I was sharing it on Blue Sky earlier, but like, one of the reasons why, like, Let It Die was so wildly creative in what it was, and one of those being its soundtrack. And the idea that they're just going to replace that with auto-generated wankery, like, fuck off. And I can confirm, Little Fire is in fact 98% cheese. But like, you did not see the level of cheese that went into that. It was threat tier. I'm genuinely considering making a grilled cheese mac and cheese sarnie from it later. Because, you know, dense as dark matter. But that might be a post-stream treat. But yes, so we found out today that new Let It Die is not going to be any good, which was disappointing. And PC Gamer put out a wonderful article, which was the head of Microsoft's AI division doesn't know why people don't want AI. And then with the subtitle of, which is bizarre because it seems so obvious to me. So that was an entertaining piece of Schadenfreude. And yeah, like, the stuff around Horse continues and is very frustrating, and I'm just leaving it alone. Because, like, there's such a big difference between huge entities and governments censoring what we can and can't put into our games, and someone like Steam saying, hey, no, that's fucked up. Steam could stand to be a little bit more strict on telling people, like, no, that's gross, we're not selling that. Yo, Kakazi, I've uninstalled Copilot, I've told it not to run, and it's like, oh, hello.
Thanksgiving is over. Up next, a Mariah Carey Horror Christmas special.
Ah. Oh, Akari Zero, thank you for the 200. I can't remember why Mariah Carey's on everybody's shit list right now, but I know that she is. Not that that has any relevance to the video game 24 Killers, but...
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Oh,
Weapons online.
Okay.
All systems nominal.
Thank you, Little Fire. And Dice Watto, and welcome.
30 months aboard the Longship now. Wouldn't trade this crew for anything.
Fucking save, Dice. Thank you. And you basically got dropped off here by Nick. I think you can sue him for this. But yeah, just friends, if I start like veering into negativity and fightiness, feel free to, get the squirty bottle on this one, because I want tonight to be a talk about 24 killers, perseverance in games, success stories. I want this to be a night of hope. I don't want this to be, I don't want these negative elements to take over, I'm frustrated. I'm perturbed. And and it's hard to shake it, it's hard to shake it off. But I will. If you didn't catch the stream of 24 Killers and you haven't played it, don't worry. Well, we are going to be talking about it pretty spoilerifically. Between myself and Yeti, I think we'll be able to get everybody up to speed and to the point where they can have a part in the conversation. I'm going to talk about a little bit about 24 Killers and how it came to be. I picked up a whole bunch of cool and new facts. And I do have some interesting stuff to add to the whole thing. These may be things that you knew ahead of time, maybe not. But my goal tonight is to include everybody as best as. If you've played 24 Killers, I'm really looking forward to hearing your thoughts and feelings on it. And if you haven't, hopefully we'll make for an interesting night of banter. And worst case, I got tall boys, so we're having a good night. It's kind of telling that the only kind of non-alcoholic tall boys you can get are energy drinks and iced tea. Get on it, soft drink companies, you fucking cowards. Okay, so I don't think the game club is shouting us out today, so I guess we'll just be getting started in a bit. But if you do want to grab a cup of coffee, cup of tea, blood of your enemies, nearly, I said flamboyant alcohol, flammable beverages, now is the time. You can also adopt a tall boy, which is a lot of responsibility. But yeah, I will say researching 24 Killers to try and see what I missed has been interesting, and I am reminded that no one likes English language students. There was one individual who did get into the guts of it much better than others, but I did find myself occasionally going, alright, fuck off. Alright, fuck off. Exactly, Vanderbeest. Yesterday's Prosecco is still fizzy. That's a philosophical outlook on life. That's a good one, Buns. Oh, Air Dragon says there are tall boy cans of soft drinks. They just don't get carried at most places. You get a tall boy can of Baja Blast? That's so wild. Because I always thought that the regular sized cans weren't enough Baja Blast. You have to have a Taco Bell's amount of it. Also, I am now convinced in my thinking that Iron Brew is Scottish Baja Blast. There's no other way to describe it. Handlebar, Watto and welcome. Now, if I can just work out what the Domino's pizza crust dip is, that garlic and herb dip, If I can work out what that is, then I will have mastered the transatlantic palette translation. Yeah, well, Air Dragon, mine has been the fucking Godzilla cans. Hang on, whilst we're all getting set up. Google's Tallboy Coke gets put on a watch list. A Taco Bell's worth of Baja Blast does sound like a threat. But yeah, these were my my little treats for myself that I got on the subject of Tallboys. So I've got the Mothra and the Godzilla tinnies. So I now have Mecha Godzilla, King Ghidorah. I think I have King Ghidorah. Yeah. I have the whole set, although I need to wash these a couple more times before I can put them on display. So yeah. Yeah, Air Dragon, I went for the Tallboys, not the pack, because that would result in me having to drink 30 PBRs. And like, PBR's not awful. Of all of the budget beers you can drink, it's just fine. You know, I'd say it's a little nicer than Budweiser. If you're on the, like, for those of you who don't drink, the cheap beerometer is kind of like the soft drink line. Oh, Attack Pizza is a great artist. Okay. Is this going to put me on a watch list?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, that shit's real cool. It's real cool. Ah, good on him. And Nikiot, thank you for gifting a sub to Dustin. Like, as times are tough for us all, those of you who gift in the sphere of House Carl, you're stopping other people from dealing with shitey adverts. You did, however, just promote Dustin to Jarl, a rarity. Dustin, what will you do with this power? Yeah, Handlebar, I'm kind of glad I haven't gotten into Super Sentai like I have Gundam. Because the model kits are fun to build. So I'm not really fussed with like the Gundam action figures, except for the ones they haven't made kits of, like, you know, the Viking Gundam and shit like that. You know, if they ever make a kit of this guy, I'm gonna fight somebody classic Black Friday style for him. But I don't need the Gundam merch, but like Super Sentai and Kamen Rider, holy crap. Occasionally my drunk ass will hover over the Megazord plus Dragon Zord on eBay. Thankfully, the amount of alcohol it would take for me to spend that much money, i.e. leave myself in negative and destitute, is more than the human body can withstand before blacking out. It's kind of like a safety thing, you know?
This will rip open your consciousness.
So yeah. Air Dragon says their spawn have become enamored with the Pokemon kits. Yeah, well, thank fuck those are cheap and really fun to put together. Super Sentai also implies the existence of Sub Sentai. Yeah. See, Air Dragon, I forget where you are in the world, but I would say that my personal, if you're US based, New Type is my favorite Gundam supplier, and they're currently having a sale on. Actually, yeah, that would be a great project. Doing some like shiny paint jobs. God, that'd be fucking cool. I need to think of that. Oh, bear with me just a second. Everything happens so much. Okay. Okay. Hang on. Let me let Blue Sky know what we're up to.
Was considering more leftovers, but you know, I'm quitting cold turkey.
Bravo, Eraman, bravo. No, that one was very, very good. Well, thank you. Come on in, friends, come on in. The problem is, Dustin, you stepped away for a sandwich, and before you returned, your Jarldom had been unseated. So, Eraman, now you're the Jarl. What will you do with this newfound power? You fucking legend. Okay, almost done. Oh, no double will. And all right. It took long enough because he's propping this thing up. Had some claim it like a coffin. Ooh, okay. Eraman would like to play something co-op with a friend who's been sick, so needs slower pace and not twitchy. Okay. Last you played Satisfactory. Okay, so there, and I assume you've done like the Operation Tango, you know, Split Fiction, the obvious ones, or are those the obvious ones that have crossed your feed? In the time it took. Oh. Sorry, friends. Since last we spoke on Wednesday, I was just going to go pick out that game for Eraman, which I have some good ones. And, like, 3 potential bangers have come out. The potentially horrifying Feed My Mech. The gloriously weird Death in Abyss. Which I believe was part of the... I believe Death in the Abyss was... No, that's another game that was part of the Outer Sloth Fund. And Verdon, Split Fiction is published by EA, but at this point, like, friends, when it comes to, you know, boycotting companies and products, I'll only bring it to bear if we can have like a meaningful difference. It honestly doesn't matter what or how people interact with EA, whether or not that sale goes through to the Saudi investment fund. And like, and unless you're spending money on okay, that's weird. On FIFA Ultimate Team or Madden cards or what have you, you know. Because it's okay, it's always difficult when talking about stuff like that, because a little fire got me into playing Fortnite and running around on that, which we've had a good time with. It's been a really fun couples game, you know, playing as Bob Belcher and Ghostface Killer. Sorry, Ghostface, not Ghostface Killer. That's Wu-Tang Clan. So finding out they're doing a big Harry Potter crossover has been a blow. Here's the thing. Fortnite as an entity is going to continue to exist for some time. If you want to have an actionable effect, you should play as much Fortnite as you can right now. You should go fucking ham on it. If you're thinking about buying anything on there, like if you've been umming and ahhing, do it. And as soon as the Harry Potter stuff drops, leave. Let there be an absolute drop on that. Oh, God. Sorry, I did that thing where I tie my hair back when it's still wet, making me look like fucking Dennis Nedry from... Is it Dennis Nedry? From the Super Mario Brothers movie. It makes it look like I've got King Koopa style cornrows. Oh, my hair's out! What are we gonna do? Yeah, Dustin, like, I'm glad we know. I'm glad we know. But, yeah, finding out that Let It Die is going to be AI riddled was a heartbreaker today. We're getting through it. Alright, it's gonna... The problem about being in front of lights for a living, you gotta look at your own face all the time. Anyway. Oh yeah, and Hail the Rainbow dropped as well, which I would love to play later. Because that was the other thing I wanted to talk to you all about, friends, is we are partnered with the Game Club. If any of you, after tonight's adventures, choose to sign up for the Game Club, we get a tiny little kickback. Honestly, a lot of people would need to sign up for it to be a big push. I'm supporting the Game Club because, you know, it's not only a friend's project, but it's also one that we believe in and something that we do anyway. As for the actual, like, in-depth discussion of 24 Killers, which I'm really looking forward to tonight, I have not made a plan for what we're going to do after. I'm going to blep at Littlefire and see what she's feeling or what we're feeling as a squad. Honestly, if you ask me what I want to do, I want to crack a tall boy and play fucking Arena Breakout until I can't see. I don't know why, I'm just craving some, like, don't ask me my thoughts, Shooty Gunbang. But just so we can start scheming while we let the rest of the folks pop on in. So these are some of the songs on my wish list that have just dropped. This was the one I mentioned, which was Feed My Mech. Check this fucking thing out. Diegetic control scheme, big chunky systems to interact with. I don't know why that's growing something, don't worry about it. Like, I refuse to describe any of this as like Five Nights at Freddy's. I refuse to let that game have a monopoly on this kind of almost FMV style setup. But there aren't enough cool games that let you be in a mech and pull all the levers. And this was kind of what I was hoping the mech game from Mr. Pink was going to be like. Death and Abyss is the other one that's on my list, and it's Cosmic Horror Jet Fighter. Now, this isn't the only game to have this concept. There's one that's being published by Outer Sloth, or funded by Outer Sloth, I should say, that looks real good. But now, I don't think this is one I would stream. I think it would either be... I would get super into this and not talk to you lot, which kind of negates my entire job. Or it would end up being a little motion sick inducing. But Like a dogfighting game where you fight gigantic nightmare monsters. Let's fucking go. Oh, and the other one that was on my list is this one, Hail to the Rainbow.
What's he searching for?
The ride. The ultimate ride.
Dogfight game, but we already have Pokemon. But yeah, like, I dig these, like, chunky, tinny, old-timey robot styles. Very much reminds me of the mech designs from Nier Automata. I'm hoping this ends up being, like, I'm hoping this ends up being the things that Atomic Heart was suggesting it was going to be before it released. Like, this looks really good, and a few of it has that visual design of, what is it, Into the Loop and stuff like that. So yeah. Now, I haven't played any of these. These are just ones from my personal wish list. Oh no! Fuck! Voice acting for some characters and images were created using AI. Never mind! Fucking dog shit. Fuck! Alright, scrub that one. I guess today's the day to just be disappointed. Yeah, that's a womp womp. Ah, well. Anyway, so on that list, there's a cool... If we want to do something spooky after 24 Killers Bantermancy, or if we want to do something a little more brainless, if we want to do something a little bit... a little bit more off the chain, we can. Okay. Right. So I think we've got as many of the Longshipian squad in tonight as we're gonna, and it doesn't look like we're getting a boost from the game club. So, friends, does anyone want a tinny before we get started? Let's say we'll begin the 24 Killers conversation in about 10 minutes. I've got the soundtrack ready to go. No tinny for me. I don't really need a ringing endorsement. Yay! Dice, congratulations. It's been a fucking mission and a half. Thank you for sharing that. Frank's having a fucking week, innit, governor? Everyone's down to boozer. Scotty, I've got a tall boy twisted tea ready to go. Well, actually, because Little Fire and I finally finished Squid Games. So I got a couple of bottles of Shochu, just the small ones. Because they're mighty but small and very affordable. And I did treat myself to some tall boys. I've got the Godzilla tall boys now, but I did get Little Fire, the King Ghidorah one. Got me a twisted tea and maybe a Topo Chico for feeling fancy. But if anyone wants anything, like I'm gonna pop to the fridge in a second. Does anybody need a bevy? Bevy, anyone? My hair's stopped trying to pretend like it's in fucking cornrows. Oh, piss! I forgot to get root beer. That's what I forgot. Oh. But yeah, like, again, for those of you who had yesterday off, I hope you had a splendid day. Missed you all. The TLDR of I almost ruined Thanksgiving was I fell asleep and I severely underestimated how quickly the half turkey we got would cook. Because I thought it was going to take hours to cook. It didn't. And it was nearly inedible. But it came out wonderful. So my panicking was for naught.
What's he searching for?
So yeah, we just buttload of stuffing, green bean casserole, mac and cheese, roast potatoes, which for the first time in ages I didn't make enough roast potatoes. Well, okay, I made enough, but I should have made more. Oh, Puns, I'm sorry you've been lonely this week, friend. I can't remember, is it you can't have root beer at the moment, or do you just not have any to hand? And yeah, you can never have too many potatoes. And yeah, it was my first time doing a roast turkey myself. And the idea of getting a half roast would be there's less to fuck up, which there wasn't. Ah, none to hand. Piss! I'm sorry, Puns. Yeah, it's interesting, Puns, how we get more modifiers as life goes on rather than less. I always think that's interesting. Okay. So friends, let me, whilst we're all getting ready, you got like another 5 minutes. I am going to go get that Topo Chico though. I just want to put this on your radar. Hitman's giving away the makeshift gun pack for free. Now, I know that doesn't sound like a lot. It's just like a weapon pack for no money, and it's not usually very expensive. But I really, really enjoy the Hitman World of Assassination. I've had a fucking great time. Just like the last time we had a run was the adventures of DJ Drippy the Clown. And in the next couple of weeks, we're going to be able to take on Slim Shady himself. Oh, and to the John Deere Enjoyer, what and welcome. Caffeine, good to see you, mate. Yeah, the problem I was saying, Caffeine, I fell asleep when the turkey was in, didn't realise that half birds cook super quickly, and it was almost a disaster. Verdon, I mean, my plan is to ask the real Slim Shady to stand up and then pop him in the dome, and I'll be the first person to make that joke. But the reason I wanted to throw that link in real quick, if you haven't played Hitman World of Assassination, it is free to start, and I think some of the chapters, I forget what costs and what doesn't, but this little makeshift pack yeah, it's made out of scrap, but it's a little bit of everything. So you have a silenced rifle and a silenced smudger, which are super valuable. The scratch-built Dragonov lookalike that looks like some orcish tech is a really good sniper rifle. It's not quiet, but if you start doing the sniper challenges early on, it's one of the better ones. And it also has a zip gun. Oh, actually, I don't know if they're called zip guns. It's called the scrap gun, but it's a tiny 3D printed pistol that will not show up on metal detectors or when being frisked. I assume because you can store it in your butt. The butt gun is very powerful. And for the price of no money, if you were thinking of getting into Hitman, like, I'd recommend it. Baron, what? Hello and welcome. I just about to crack a tall boy. Can I get you something? Oh, you've got Sapporo? Good shout. The recoil on the butt gun's got to be shit. I mean, it's pretty poo, I won't lie. It's just that it doesn't seem like a lot, but the scrappy sniper rifle and the scrap gun helped my ass out a lot early on. It's real cool. And yeah, in a couple of weeks, Slim Shady's dropping, and I'm going to fight him. Right, I'm gonna get a tinny. Then let me tell you about the game club, and then let's start our little game club meet. All right. So, does anybody? If you need a bevy, grab one now. I keep asking you if you want one. Hang on, let's see if Little Fire wants one. Want a beverage? Want a beverage? Want a beverage? Want alcohol? Want Chico or Mio? What's the guy gonna do to get double teamed around here? Two streams, everybody! Two streams! Tell everybody I say hi. Okay. Alright. Yeah, the house that streams together rages together, although the two streams could not be more different. Now, I can't really talk about it because it's awards season, but Little Fire and I have been dancing around the new Call of Duty. Jess has been playing quite a bit of the multiplayer and stuff, and we played zombies yesterday. It was good fun. And it is interesting to watch, but for someone who is usually very zen when it comes to big games, Warzone made me want to do a crime. Warzone, we are not friends. Okay. All right, everybody. It is the top of the hour. It is the top of the hour. So it is my esteemed pleasure to welcome you all to the very first Longship Game Club meet. Raise and crack your glasses. And cheers all. Right. Now, what is the Game Club before we get started? So the Game Club is a project started by a very good friend of mine and some other cool industry people. It is a monthly game club for video games. If you look down the doobly-doo, you'll see a descriptor, and we do have a partner sign-up link. The way it works is you sign up now, you'll get charged come December, and that's when we'll get told what December's game is. If you enjoyed tonight's discussion, if this is something you'd like to get involved with proper, you don't have to do it through the Game Club, but I hope you will. Yeah, Moose, so long as it's not plain water, you're fine. So, cheers to you. And the game this month was 24 kills.
First rule of Game Club. We don't club gamers.
Speak for yourself. you think I'm doing at PAX? I'm there in the Voodoo Ranger Lounge putting coins in people's drinks. Oh no, Yeti! I'll put some lemon juice in it or something. Anyway, the game this month was 24 Killers. Now, as some of you may know, I was wanting to stream 24 Killers before the Game Club was even announced as a thing, so this was a really good fit. What the fuck is 24 Killers? If you didn't get the chance to see this, well, let me show you. Okay. Let's get everybody up to speed. Hang on, make sure that's all saved.
Out in the Indian Ocean is a tiny desert island where a multiverse-spanning drama is unfolding. You play as Home, a cursed superintelligence bound to a soldier's corpse by an alien named Moon. As you help Moon care for the island's inhabitants, Home will gain powerful abilities like super strength, lightning speed, and stealth, allowing Home to explore more of the island and capture a variety of whispers, playful sprites that love disguises.
And that's 24 Killers. If that didn't make any sense to you, don't worry, we played it for 5-6 hours. It makes no much more or less sense. And this is what we're going to be talking about today. I've actually got the soundtrack ready to go because it's really good. Here we go. 24 Killers soundtrack. There we go. So, we spent a whole day with 24 Killers on Wednesday, and looking back at it now, I wish I'd allocated more time. You know, I was definitely hitting my physical limits towards the end of it, just with the sheer amount of writing and the sheer amount of reading, and, you know, showing it to a crowd was not easy. I'm glad we did it. The VOD is available on YouTube, as will be this. I mean, what to say about 24 Killers? I'm trying to start where to begin. Okay, so to give you some grounding, 24 Killers, hang on, we'll just bring up the Steam page on it for some background, is absolutely an indie game. Self-published. The thing that struck me like a brick this morning was looking up more information on the game and finding out that this was kickstarted with a Kickstarter final tally of like $5,500. Now, I don't know if you all know about video game budgets, but you can't make a whole game on $5,000. It can't be done unless you're living on someone's floor and, you know, eating beans that you find in a tin. Like, it's not possible. And the Kickstarter for it was initially something very, very different. The original version of 24 Killers was a whodunit, like, what's the game? Guess Who? Where there are 24 weird squibbly monsters, and one of them's going to murder you. You have to work out who it is, and take them out first. Simple. It evolved into the original Kickstarter version was going to be a game where you had to walk around this whole town in a very Moon Remix RPG kind of way and find out who's trying to kill you and go from there. Ultimately, it evolved into this game where there are 24 strange creatures in an underground bunker, and your goal is to help them with their day-to-day tasks and take pictures of them all. For an alien entity named Moon who is trying to build multiverses. And this is the point, friends, where more than anything else, I wish we had more time. See, this right here is one of the first things you're greeted with. You press start and you're shown this file select. And this was the point where I realized we probably weren't going to have the time we needed. See, each of these files is one different save, but upon choosing it, yeah, there are 24 universes to create. We'll get there. We'll get there, Yeti. I think you're the only person I know who's played more of this than we have, so this may just end up being you and me sharing our knowledge with the squad. But you choose your file select. You choose which file you'll be playing on, but each of them have this little thing where once you reach the husbandman on this file, which I assume is make friends with all the locals, you will get a permanent bonus to all other playthroughs. And on this one it says glutton, no limit on consumable usage, which means you can eat as many beans and quaff as many energy drinks as you want, which is a mechanical change. Very powerful. But the one that we played was called like the Lovers, and you know, star-crossed lovers will be reconciled. What does that mean? One of the other ones is mole is strong now? So the mole who feeds you soup every day and gives you scratch-offs, but also takes half your cash if you pass out, is now strong. What does that mean? Like, that's something that isn't a mechanical play, but it is something that will affect the universe as a whole, which is feeling much more like disco pop at this stage than anything else. Now, if you didn't see it, the core loop of the game is you run around the island, you talk to all these varying characters, you help them out. As you help certain characters, you gain their powers. So you gain the ability to run fast, the ability to fly. But to our knowledge, there's no combat system in this. It means you don't get the wishes back with the bananas. Whoa, you have to get the bananas in the right amount of time. And it turns out the bananas are a free continue, which we found out when I fucked up. So like mechanically, this is like a little slice of life game. Do as much as you can each day, make friends with people, snooze in your house, progress the day. The character you're playing as is a strange multiversal being crammed into a corpse called Home. Yeah. When the game club said that this was the first one they picked, that this was the first one that Rob picked for this event, it really got me excited about the whole thing, because I'm not saying this is a great and perfect game with no flaws, but whatever you take away from this will have you thinking, you know? It is a mishmash of art styles that somehow fit together. It is a disjointed chaos that somehow feels organic and real. It is not just memes for meme's sake. And I struggle to put my feelings of this into words, because every time I try to, there's always a kind of a counterpoint. There's always a something else. And like I said, the reason why I wish we could spend more time with it is, again, so this file select here, there aren't just these 4 files with this in the center. There are 24 universes, 24 playthroughs to go through all of them. And I couldn't find out any information on what happens if you do them all. So Yeti, I don't want to bury the lead here, but like, is there something? Does anyone know? Oh, okay, so Boltzmann is a free continue, not the bananas. And Boltzmann is only created if you avoid harvesting bananas for 3 days. There we go, it makes perfect sense. Oh yeah, no, Nova, that's the thing. And there's so many little parts of this that I could delve into. I made the mistake of looking up on how long to beat. And it says 8 hours, which is horseshit. But also, there don't seem to have been many groups of folks who have dove into this game like we would. So, it's complicated. It's really complicated. And honestly, we might jump into this and have a bit of a run around for a smidge. Just so I can show you it. I just have to not get wrapped up in the game itself. And yet, that's the thing. Like, playing through it 24 times is frightening, but then again, maybe there are additional abilities that turn the playthroughs into something, what's the term, trivial. It's kind of like when we started playing 400 Days, there were very few people who'd actually played through the whole thing, so we didn't know what was coming. 400 Days, sorry, The Longing, seemed like an impossible task until you actually started playing it. You know what? That is very, very true. Ain't no one finishing Silksong in 20 hours. Well, unless they're binging it. I don't even say binging it, unless they're just like ignoring it. You know? I did actually want to talk about Silksong in relation to 24 Killers today, because there was a fascinating article. There was a fascinating article today with an interview with Team Cherry, and the interviewer said that they went up against the last judge, got their ass handed to them. Then they were ready to quit the game. Instead, they ran. They went to other places in the map, got better, got more kit, came back and won. And the individual from Team Cherry went, yeah, that's the point. And if you don't fight the last judge, you can go around him. You have to go through the icky nightmare, but... Okay, so you don't have to use all the blessings as you go. Okay. Some unlocks appear to make it harder. Interesting. So yeah, like, I feel almost a little bit disingenuous to sit here in front of you. Oh, sorry, let me finish my point about Silksong into this. Like, lots of people expect something from Silksong, or expected something from it. And Silksong is unapologetically itself. It is the sequel to Hollow Knight. It is a game where if something is too hard, you need to go and explore and come back. Sturdy Kiwi, as much as being a forest cryptid with little fire sounds like a lovely way to spend my time, I'm here with you lot for as long as you'll have me. Now, if you lot want to come with me and we can be like a little weird tribe of forest cryptids, that's different. But I'm not leaving you lot. And honestly, the background screaming is just making me smile. Because it's a good reminder that games are many things to many people. And all the critiques I've seen of Silksong boil down to, I wanted this to be something it wasn't. I wanted this to be something. Like, lots of people will talk about its difficulty curves and things like that, but then you sit down and you talk with them, they're like, oh, actually, I had to go away and do other things and come back. And it's like, yeah, because you have to get stronger. You have to, there's a world to explore. There were tools you needed. And maybe if you were a sicko, you could face roll the whole thing. Hey, Fred. Make yourself a good cup of tea, mate. We've got a good conversation going on. Well, so Nova, it's the funny thing of, like, get good, I think only applies to Sekiro. If you do want some more high-energy, high-octane nonsense, Little Fire is streaming in the other room. But yeah, a lot of the critiques I saw about Silksong seemed to be people wanting it to be something it wasn't. And when because I've realised, like, we haven't had the same pain points as other folks, but also we've come to Silksong with no expectation. And I guess I have you lot to thank as well. And yet, that's the thing. It's also why I think 24 Killers was such a perfect pick for the Games Club. Like, shout out to Rob again on this one. Because that's, actually I need to remember Rob's surname. Not Rob I used to work for. Different Rob. Better Rob. Because the thing about 24 Killers is it doesn't ask a lot of you. It's not asking you crazy skill stuff. It's not asking you to, like, do battle with impossible bosses or impossible puzzles. It's asking you to be and live in that world. And I'm not sure whether I like it or loathe it. But what a great game for discussion. That's what we're here for. So yeah, 24 Killers is an enigma because whatever expectation you bring into it will be dashed. I actually think that calling it 24 Killers, even though its name is a hangover from its original production, I think it's really good because it fucking shakes you. Like, holy shit, this game's called 24 Killers? Damn. There's no killing in it, right? And Scotty, that is true, but like, I don't want to sit here and bemoan the people who don't get it too hard. It's more about those of us who do enjoy it, who do look at the poetry of games like Silksong. You know? Ooh. Fun Spectre, I believe that's referred to as a London fog round this way. Steamed milk Earl Grey. Sounds lovely. And a proper cheers to you then. So yeah. So Yeti says, it depends on how you look at the ending. Should I draw up 24 universes? Well, you know what, Yeti, let's get the ending out of the way. Let's just talk about it now. Because you meet the husbandman. You've freed all the Mons. What happens? In your words, I mean. Oh shit! The puns, that means you have the gift. The gift of the London fog. Because there's so much shit, friends. There's so much shit. I made notes. I made notes about this to talk to you all. That's a London drizzle. I remember that Dan Olsen video about the what is it? The movie of the painting on the wall. How it's one of those ones where whatever you think of the movie is a reflection of the self as much as. Like, is 24 Killers a disjointed mess? Or is it a representation of, like, the actual cacophony of different people you meet? Is it... Like, I don't think it's unfair to say that 24 Killers is probably a better representation of meeting people in your local area than anything else. There isn't a neat formula of character classes that everyone fits into. Okay, so Yeti said the entire purpose is to create new foam. You do this by removing your curse and then becoming a new universe. And I think that's, like... I find that whole premise to be interesting just because, like, Moon is simultaneously selfless in promoting you into helping others, but really just wants to make another universe. You know, Moon is simultaneously selfish and also, you know, a little bit, I don't know. They are doing selfless, they are getting you to do selfless things for a selfish goal. But it begs the question, Yeti, what happens when you do it 24 times? Because there's got to be something. Sorry, for those who didn't see our playthrough on Wednesday, of all the things we could have chosen, we chose the lovers for our save file, which means two lovers are reunited, which appears to be Johnny Puzzle and his dog girlfriend. But how does that change the world? How does that change the story? Does it shortcut things? Maybe we pull Gallifrey back from a pocket dimension. Oh, golden kappa. Oh, fancy. Well, okay, Doctor Who operates on this idea that it's not necessarily about, you know, hard, fast rules canonical. It is about... Doctor Who is about the emotional impact of actions at the time they are happening. So the Lovers and the Mole add side quests that are apparently late stage updates. Okay, so those ones will expand outwards. Like Yeti, and that was the thing, it was so hard to find more details. Oh, you arrived as shared. I think we've only had one golden train over here. Though the shared trains are fun, and you actually can do battle between the streams. I miss those days. Anyway. And again, friends, even if you haven't played this, please feel free to chime on in. Like, this is book club for video games. Okay, not all of us read the book, but everyone's here. All right, this isn't a soapbox for me to talk at you. I feel disingenuous being the host of this because I did not do all 25 runs. Right? Well, 24, I assume there's something else. You know, the husbandman and all of that, what his goals are overall in making an entire multiverse. I did like the idea of the foam. In multiversal theory, they talk about bubbles, each universe being its own bubble. And so in this game, the idea is all those bubbles come together to make foam. And I was like, ah. Wait, people read the book first? That explains the strange looks. Yeah. Let me tell you, War and Peace, it's not 2 books. And the thing about 24 Killers is that it doesn't fit neatly into a description. I think this was a really good pick for the game club because it's weird. And you can like it and loathe it simultaneously. DJ Coil, Watto and welcome. Happy Friday. Cheers. And Scotty, that's the thing. Like saying, I'm not reviewing Balatro until I get all the Jokers. You don't need to finish all of 24 Killers to have an opinion about it. But what is it truly saying? In a game which very blatantly states to you in the first thing that it is about the multiverse. It is about populating the multiverse. You know? It's wild. Also, okay, and this was a thing I only found out from watching some breakdowns of it. Oh, did they change the description? They might have, I guess, to avoid legal. But when this game initially dropped, the description was actually from a Paul Simon song. In the middle of the Indian Ocean. I'd have to find it again. But it's literally a quote. The description is... But the thing that annoyed me was trying to read up on this. People couldn't shut up about Moon. They couldn't shut up about Undertale. Moon Remix RPG and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, cool, yes. This pulled its inspirations from heavily, but, you know, it is a slice of life unto itself, right? Yeah, Scotty, on the face of it, it's a point and click with little party games and quirky little characters. That, as ridiculous as they are all treated with a level of sincerity, which I think is real cool. So Yeti says their big complaint is that the foam and the husbandman honestly feels like a sober friend trying to get the story of what happened from a friend who was just too high. Yeah. Now, a game that inspires conversation, that inspires us to look at ourselves and look at what we want to make, is really cool. Like, the soundtrack that's playing now, this was Mr. Shabby himself. He did the art, he put the game together, he made the fucking soundtrack. You know? I don't know what his musical abilities were beforehand, but the soundtrack's been really good. And, I'm sorry to layway it a sec, but finding out that Let It Die 2 is going to be full of AI music and voices and shite is so disheartening. Like, whatever 24 Killers is trying to be, it is genuine, it is honest. And that was something that shined through while I was playing it, is that it didn't feel like it was just being kooky and random. Like, even if I wasn't high enough to understand what it was trying to say, or understand the references, it was trying to say something. You know? I think the mix, like the juxtaposition between what you are tasked with doing, i.e. making a whole new universe inside the multiverse, you know, when you think about how many lives that is, because that's not just the lives of everyone who exists right now, that's everyone who has existed and will exist in one universe. And your goal is to be the component that makes that. That's huge. But what do you actually do in this game? You race a cat. You help a guy with no legs kick the shit out of an arcade machine. You crank a handle. You do the puzzles for Johnny Puzzles. You get a guitar for a bird. By which I mean a singing giant cowboy parakeet, not a bird down a spoons. You know? And like in that regard, if you wanted to get arty-farty with it, you know, the beauty of this game is that it is not complicated and that your goal is to make everyone's lives better, to bring things into fruition. Yes, the world has a logic to it, even if it isn't our logic. God, here's me getting philosophical. We've only just started talking about it. But I think you can't really leave that stuff on the kitchen table, you know? And the other thing is, and why I wanted to talk about Silksong, and initially in my notes I wrote, this is the evolution of the game, and how you can compare it to Bloodlines, that there is this quantifiable thing in games that we've all touched on, but you could never truly describe, and that is the soul of a game. You know, the feeling it evokes in you, the heart, the core of it. The more commercial a title is, the less creative input is in it. The weaker that soul is, the smaller it is, right? And Quasi, happy Friday. What's interesting about this is that throughout all of its iterations, 24 Killers has the same soul. When it was, after the Kickstarter, it was going to be a murder mystery, where you were going to walk around a town and help people, and in exchange for helping them, they were going to tell you clues towards who the killer was of the 24 Killers. And the game that we ultimately ended on is actually about creation. It's not about preventing a murder or catching a killer. It's about making a whole new universe. It's kind of nice. But the soul of the game remains the same. And what I wrote down in my notes was like, I think the reason why people are so pissed at Bloodlines 2 is because it is a completely different soul. If you can forgive the lackluster combat, if you can forgive the very, very linear story type situation, it's at its heart and its core, it is something drastically different. I think that's, and when we talk about other large budget games that have more of a defined soul, that's what carries you through, you know? And games can be soulless. When I describe a game as sugary, it's okay for it just to be mechanical. Like, if it's not killing its devs and using shitey AI stuff, that's fine. Hell, I'm playing Arena Breakout. I love that game. Is it a game full of heart and soul? Not really, but it's a good shooter. You know, not all of them have to be this, but when it comes to something like 24 Killers, it shines through. Exactly, Fred. And it's hard to quantify the soul of the game. It really is, but you can feel it. I don't know. Maybe someone smarter than I will be able to put it together. You know, because if you try and just define it by genre, if you try and just define it by like visual style or controls, it becomes almost more hard to grasp. It becomes more elusive. Like, what is 24 Killers? Is it a puzzle game? Sort of. I mean, sure, it's got quasi point and click stuff, but that stuff's more evocative of like, I don't know, something super basic. You know, is it a slice of life? Kinda, but it's not Persona. It's not the, you know, summer vacation games. You know, yes, you are limited to what you can do in a day, but not by time. Fred says, Will, 24 Killers is obviously a typing game. Ah. Well, no, so Sturdy Kiwi... Look. Bloodlines. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines was a disastrous launch. But it had a soul to it, something special. And sure, it pulled very heavily from World of Darkness, from Vampire. But that wasn't what made its soul great. It was this dense... It was the dense complexities of this city by night. You know what I mean? That was what made it really special. You know, why is it that people spend time with Bloodlines and not Shogun Mobile Armor Division? You know? It's because it had that certain spark, and a lot of those early immersive sim games were creatively led, which did result in a lot of, like, really interesting stuff. 24 Killers, its soul is almost bursting out of the seams, which is what's so wild about it. Shoot, woo factor. Don't let me get the hose, friend. The problem is, and this is a problem of mine, not of you lot as a squad. I'm looking at this puzzle. What happens when you fix 24 universes? When you create 24 different universes in the multiverse? Then what? Because I could not find anyone talking about... like... because there are loads of people out there who are like, oh, well, I played through one island and we're done. You know? And loads of people have talked about this whole thing of how you're incentivized to play through it more times. But there's also, like, with games like Paradise Killer, for example. Paradise Killer, you can end it at any point, but there is a true ending. And that true ending changes so much of it. It changes your framing, your understanding. And honestly, Yeti, I was hoping someone would join us tonight to talk about this who has finished it all. Like, I could not find... So Yeti said the first playthrough took 10 hours. Unlocked the fast forward. The second one took about 6.5. Okay. There is... And, like, there's loads of people posting that they've done full playthroughs, but have they? I don't know. And if we don't know what the truth of this ending is, like, where does that leave us? But then... we aren't the crafter of the multiverse. We're merely a piece in it. Yeah. And yeah, that was something that Nier Automata understood, was that when doing looping gameplay, you can, if you can lie to the user and say, no, you're just playing it again, it's New Game Plus, and then do something wildly different. Yeah, a contributing collaborator, if you will. You know, if we're always playing as home, if that's our role in 24 Killers, we aren't the architect of these new universes. We're merely the component. By doing good in these worlds, we become the building blocks of another universe. I don't know. Here's me getting arty-farty with it. But I mean, shit. If you came here on a Friday night to hear me talk about 24 Killers, to talk about 24 Killers, there's no way you weren't expecting some arty-farty nonsense. Like, again, I was hoping we'd have more guests. I was hoping we'd have more people joining us. But ultimately, the reason why I wanted to sign with the Game Club for stuff is because this is a great excuse to talk about something weird and odd. Moose, I think so. Because Moon, the architect, the engineer, is the one that assigns us the name Home. You are an Echo. Your name is Home. Right? And I have to admit, like, the character we play as is... Best multiverse. The character we play as is sardonic and occasionally a bit grumpy. Initially starts out by lashing out. It's amazing. Starts out by lashing out, right? But eventually warms to the rest of everyone else. But they aren't insufferable. Home is not an obnoxious character to play as. And I really enjoyed them. The gremlin is fine, don't worry about it. Oh. And it reminded me a lot of Y2K, the remix. Hang on. That's the worst. Which you're allowed to call Yeek. So this was one that we did ages back, which has since been like updated and changed. Which is another one that draws heavily from retro RPGs, that draws from like strange art style mini boss nonsense. But do you know what's fascinating about this? This is a good JRPG. It has some fun combat systems. It has some really interesting shit in it. Visually, it pops. People fucking hate this game because you play as an English literature university guy who's come home from uni, and he's an insufferable twat. But he's insufferable in the way only a white man back from his first university course can be. And he's in this surrealist world. He's in this weird place. Home was not obnoxious in any way, shape, or form, despite being, you know, sardonic and occasionally antagonistic. You know? And I thought the difference was really pronounced. That's a good point. Sorry, Yeti was saying that one of the things that we're told is that echoes, the spiritual creature that Home is, you know, they experience no comfort from, you know, they do not experience the peace of darkness nor the comfort of light. So their whole being is they get angry. And the idea with these echoes is that they get angrier and angrier over time until the curse consumes them. Yeah. And Kakazi, like, I mean, tonight I don't want to talk about the business of video games too much. Y2K and 24 Killers have every right to exist. Y2K's choice to have an obnoxious protagonist be your POV was very hard for a lot of people, myself included. Sorry, that one was just cutting a little bit too much of a swath there. But 24 Killers I found to be far more charming. Even the angrier characters didn't piss me off. And... oh, that was it. Out in the Indian Ocean somewhere, there's an abandoned army post, is a Paul Simon lyric. The opening of one of his songs. And that's literally what we play. the island that we're on was once a military base, but it serves no military function. One of the other things that I think is really cool is that you're a dead soldier, implying that somebody died here in conflict. But there is no conflict. You're not part of a war or a battle or a fight. Hell, the Mons wear military garb so they can get fucking freebies from the military dropping care packages. Because this island has been abandoned in that way that only large bureaucracy can. They're still sending supplies. So like the tadpole and the worm have their military caps on so they get freebies. But also, the cat does hold military rank. Or he's just obsessed with the idea, and I don't know if it matters. Yes, Moose, that's a very, very good point. Playing as an obnoxious protagonist is a valid choice. Whether it's an effective choice is another one. Moose, there's 24 Mons, to my knowledge. And the Mons are one of the things that has stayed throughout all of the 24 Killers iterations. And again, dude did a Kickstarter for this game asking for like $4,000 and got 5. How did he make this on $5,000? Answer, he didn't. He just worked. Part-time job, game dev. Like, and this came out in 2023, but still, like, that's a hard life. Game dev is hard at the best of times, when it's your full-time focus. Yeti says they may still decide to knuckle down and do all 24. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Yeti, is like, I feel I've been left with a puzzle, a question, an itch. Do I have the fortitude to play through this game 24 times? And will we be rewarded for it? You know, if at the end of it, it just gives me a cheeky wink or a, well, you just wasted your time. And actually, Simple Chaos, intentional or not, that's a lovely bit of poetry, that you are an echo, a bundle of anger, dealing with the echoes of the past, i.e. a military occupation of, an underfunded military operation. The fact that the big gun on the island is now a sentient coffee shop, is fucking cool. There are guns and weapons on this, but they're kind of pointless. Like, there's no conflict for them to be used on. You know, I'm going to do the soundtrack one more time. Because again, like, after finding out about Let It Die Inferno today, my little heart. It's lovely to listen to, even if it is bringing out my very poetic side. Either that or my large Topo Chico. Okay. So yeah, the other things that I wanted to talk about is like, this is a miracle of a game that it came together. You know. And I don't want to point and just say this was one person's creation. You know. They had the smarts to keep working on the game whilst working, but the dedication. There are some folks out there who are just so dedicated to their craft that they can do that. I'm not one of them. I wish I was. I think we all wish we could. But I don't have that cohesion between the kind of games I want to make and the kind of focus I can put into them. But, you know, every person who is able to put out any kind of art is not a creature unto themselves, right? Like, no man is an island. I think about all the people who supported Mr. Shabby making this that we will never know about. I think about all the support and contributions and other folks involved. Like, 24 Killers is not just a miracle that it exists, it is a miracle of perseverance. Moose says the crowdfund was definitely a higher specific contractor push. That would make sense. Like, and yeah, true, Yeti, it is easier to grab those solutions, knowing where the pain points are. But also, there's no time limit in terms of how many days it takes you to finish. So you can take your time with it, which I really appreciated. You know, while we were playing it, I was comparing it a lot to... Sorry, backing up there. I was comparing it a lot to other titles. Okay, so to all of you watching, from what we've discussed so far, whether you've just been here listening tonight or whether you've played through it, what have you, what is one thing that 24 Killers evokes in you? Again, even if all you've heard is me nattering about it for half an hour, well, 40 minutes, what is something that this game evokes in you? Because ultimately, you know, for me, it's a story of, I don't know, redemption seems a little strong, but like, you know, finding happiness through community, not through conflict. It's not stupidly hard to do the requests to make friends with these mons. It makes it a lot easier than other games in the same space, but... Oh god. Yeah, he says there's no limit, but a Steam reward for finishing 24 days in a hard mode that resets your playthrough if you take too long. Fuck that. No Chivos for me then. And I said this while we were playing it, that creating the sense of a time limit can work very well, but you don't have to strictly give your players a time limit. Dead Rising would be one of my favorite games of all time if it had a better time system. Every time I want to sit and play it and talk to you lot about it, I'm like, nah. Because all I'm going to be doing is pausing it half the time and remembering where I have to go, instead of just exploring and being. Is it healing rather than redemption? Sorry, Moose said maybe healing rather than redemption. You know what, Moose, that's right. Because, like, the echo isn't the result of something that has happened. They aren't atoning, but they are healing. You know, the whole premise is that, you know, an echo hasn't been healed before. But my feelings in this would be like, every time an echo is healed, a new universe is started, and in that universe there is a moon that's like, I've never done this. So that makes sense. God, I want to fight Johnny Puzzles. I want to punch him in his stupid face. Very good thing there isn't a combat system. And it did make me smile that I managed to completely circumvent one of the large in-game puzzles. Because, like, Yeti, whilst this has been running on Circle, it's shown little clips of what must have been the flying puzzle with the fish, which I circumvented by just going, whee! Thought I was the smartest fucker. So, yeah. And I just keep thinking, though, there's a piece of this that I'm not seeing. And that's the thing, like, do you need to unlock every Joker to review Balatro? I don't think so. You know, ultimately, a game ends when you decide it does. Endings might be called thusly, but it's not a movie, right? If you leave Netflix running after the show is stopped, all you're going to get is the international credits, which I feel should be more front and center, but that's just me. But a game doesn't really end. It ends when you say it does. A game takes as long as you say it does to play through. And with 24 Killers, like, fuck, what does that even mean? A Moose, that's an excellent question. You know? We could boot up 24 Killers and try and finish off our loop. See what that looks like. But I wanted to have our talk and discussion first, because... I don't know. There's so much of this game that is intentional rather than just, like, whimsical and throwaway. Also, we're going to have that one Jim Raynor soundtrack song quite a lot once we start doing that. I don't know. There are other games that we've played that have been reviewed in a way where the team only sees a snippet of it. Rainworld's a big one. And the thing that drives me up the wall is whenever you start looking into 24 Killers from the outside, people will talk about the day-to-day, and then they will immediately start gushing about Moon Remix RPG, which is actually now available on Steam, thank fuck. Now, Moon, the Remix RPG adventure, which is now listed as Onion Games, but was originally, their team name was Leldesac or Keldesac. Now, Lidelac, whatever it bloody was. Anyway, the point being is that this game playing now was one of the heavy inspirations on it. You play a weird little, almost claymation-y style guy. You have a small town. You go around. Your goal is to make friends, and that is your form of progression rather than a traditional combat system and shit like that. But the thing that I've noticed is that in obsessing over Moon, the Remix RPG, people stop looking at 24 Killers. You know what I mean? And it's really frustrating because people will talk about this and then they'll talk about Undertale. And look, we need to be honest, right? It is 2025. Undertale was a very good game when it came out. It did one thing really well, and that was a great subversion of expectation. It pulled its inspiration from bizarre, esoteric RPGs that were not as well known. Oh no, Yeti, I'll say 24 Killers does show not tell so well, even though the dialogue is one of the main forms of it moving forward. Now, I'm not saying Undertale is bad, and I'm not saying we should stop acknowledging its impact on our industry because, you know, as indie success stories go, it's a big one. And it was a big one that wasn't just doing the done thing repeatedly, but I feel like anytime Undertale gets brought up in conversation about modern games, it stifles the conversation rather than moves past it. You know, ultimately, Undertale has a morality system that is hidden from the user. And that is its big surprise. That its meta-narrative elements saying like, oh, you thought you'd reload the game, but I remember. It was a great way of catching people off guard. But beyond that, that's kind of it. Okay, a weird mix of horns outside and little fire violence. Very surreal. And so yeah, it's been really hard deep diving into 24 Killers because when I do, people get stuck on Moon. They get stuck on Undertale and these older titles. Now, interestingly, Onion Games, the creators of this, they're originally a Japanese dev team that made Moon the Remix RPG that broke and spread everywhere. The dev team, I mean. And so they've had a little hand in lots of games across the Japanese games industry and inspired a lot. And they very recently dropped Stray Children. Now, this hasn't gone down quite as the gangbuster of their previous one. I mean, you can see the influences immediately from their earlier works. And I can definitely understand the stress of having worked on something that is very, very influential and the expectation that your follow-ups will have the same impact. Honestly, Deltarune, I think, is being made for Toby Fox. And the fact that the rest of us are enjoying it is purely coincidental. But I really feel that 24 Killers is more than just the sum of its inspirations. Am I losing my marbles here? Have I finally lost it? Because you can see with this one, it's the usual fight, talk, you know. You know what it is? It is because whenever we have the discussions about Undertale and how great it is, which it is good, it's that thing of like, once you know how the trick is done, everyone goes for a peaceful playthrough. There's nothing really in between. Like, you've got to walk that peaceful line or replay the game if you were kind of a bit left and right, unless you're doing a genocide run. But even then, like, you've got to be a certain kind of lunatic for that. Like, you know? Anyway, this is just going through a lot of stray children. But you know what's really interesting about this? And all the conversations I keep having about it, I don't know how I feel about 24 Killers. Every time I feel like I've got a grasp on, I fucking love this, or, it's not my vibe, something knocks me the other way. You know? There are loads of games that are described as poetry, but there's few of them that are actually poems. Does that make a weird sense? Have I lost my marbles completely? So, like, there are games about writing, or there are arty games that are often described as poetic. But this, I don't know. Like, okay. Dyslexic over here. And being a dyslexic kid means that poetry is like fucking kryptonite. Because poetry is about using a few words to say a lot. You know, you use language to evoke, not explain. This seems to use a little to evoke a lot. In the moment to moment, everything from which things are pixel art and which ones have this like faux claymation vibe, the style in which things talk to each other, and how these mons interact with each other. So the bigger arcing elements of multiversal creation and, you know, study, obsession, of letting go of anger, you know. People you didn't know you needed in your life, helping you heal from something you didn't know needed healing. That's profound. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Moon the Remix RPG is an RPG. You know, Stray Children, etc., they do have some form of conflict resolution. Yeah, and see, Simple Chaos, I think that's why this was such a perfect thing for a game club, right? Because, like, for those of you who don't know, our good friend Forret Turret and Fearless Sun run the Seattle Indies Game Club, right? They pick a game a month, they talk about it, and it's really good. But
wait, I'm trying to do like pro game. Could you like shut the fuck up?
It is so funny because someone went toot toot, and then you were like, "I'll fucking kill you!" It's like, wow, like thanks for defending me.
Oh, well, you know, I do what I can.
How's it going?
Great. Great. It's fine.
We're just like discussing the profound elements of 24 Killers, and you're just destroying children at their own game.
No, these are definitely grown men.
Oh, that makes the tears sweeter.
It does. It really does. I got a second.
Yeah. Is it just you?
Yeah.
I don't know if you had a crazy mic on tap.
I didn't ask if anybody wanted to play.
Bully Mike!
Bully
him.
I figured I'd warm up if anybody wanted to play.
Oh, that's fair, that's fair. We're thinking about having a little run around in-game for a bit after this, because see, the thing is, there's no concise point to be made with this game. We're all kind of at the same thing of like, there's something there, but is it something we need to scratch at? Okay. Destroy those grown men. Wait, hang on. No, sorry, jumping back. Simple Curse was saying 24 Killers has a kernel of uniqueness beyond its soil. Can't tell if I need to do more playthroughs for me to pin it down, or either need a little more time in the oven or power or what have you. And I think that's possibly its brilliance. I don't know. This isn't one of those games that, you know, you take out of it what you put in. At a surface level, it is a nonsense poem. It is a Jabberwock type situation. Exactly, Sturdy Kiwi. But it is saying something profound, and here's the thing. We've all played games that ended up having some big secrets hidden in them, but there was no indication that they had that spark, that it was really worth multiple playthroughs. But this... God. And the thing is, we could talk on whether or not the game should pull us in more, whether or not the game should make its mysteries more, like, wink at the camera. It is unapologetically itself. Out in the Indian Ocean somewhere, there's a former army post. You know, the other thing that's really interesting is that most games are so worried that users won't engage that especially anything that involves the act of creation is usually streamlined to hell and back. Okay, the goal of this game is to make a universe. Making things is hard but rewarding. This game makes that case. I'm so glad we spent more time. I spent time with it. I feel like we need to spend more time. You know? But you know what was wild is that when we started playing Rain World, I was playing it because my homies had worked on it. And it was good. But then the community started coming out of the woodwork, and we found out that what we had scratched at, even with just one playthrough, was a light puddle, a sprinkling. Oh, is someone mad at me? We haven't had that with 24 Killers, and does that mean that it's there and we don't know? Or that maybe because of the caliber of this game, I want there to be something. I want there to be a reason for us to do it all. I don't know. Anyway, there were some other things I wanted to show you all. Where was it? So this, friends, is taken from the Happy Killers... from the Happy Shabby Games site. And this is the 24 Killers newsletter, plus extra stuff. And it made me laugh. Something fierce. It's probably too small to read for your screen, so I'm just going to read it out. Vagrants from all over the cosmos have been funneled by fate to an island out in the Indian Ocean somewhere. And this is a soft bed for the weary. Does your heart break like mine, wishing you could go back and see James Cameron's Avatar for the first time again? 24 Killers will not fill that void, but a day in the life of home is a soft bed for the weary that search for Pandora. Like, that's fucking good. But does that mean that Avatar exists in this universe? You know? Okay, sorry about that. Do you know the other feeling that this game has evoked? Which... I just want to bring this up again, because again, the only version of this on Steam is the Shin-Chan one. But yeah, the Summer Vacation series is a long-running series in Japan about, you know, kids on summer vacations. They did a crossover with Shin-Chan, which adds a bunch of comedy stuff, and it's supposed to be really good, but ultimately this is a game about just having a summer vacation. Each day you run around and explore and get into mischief, and that's it. It's a place where you can just be. Now, it does have time limits, and it does have this day-night cycle kind of thing, which is... Games that have that kind of time constraint, for me, always create a level of stress. I don't find Stardew Valley relaxing. But the idea of stuff like this, I do. And the thing I find myself with 24 Killers is I'm sitting here now with y'all. I want to boot up the game, but I don't actually want to do anything. I want to sit in its little world. I want to sip my beverage and talk to you lot. That beautiful little beach by the birdhouse. I want to set up a little afternoon with y'all. I don't know, caffeine will work the grill. I'll pass around some bevies. Nova will yell at me for having brought too many beverages and not enough water. Like, in my weird little mind, I can see what that day's like. And this summer vacation series does such a good job of that. These feelings to me intermingle. Yeah, Dustin, I can see you bringing nachos. Or like homemade snacks or something like that, you know? Can see its entirety. 24 Killers has a pacing to it that's so calming. And it's weird, right? Because it shouldn't be, it should be stressful. The energy's always ticking down. You know, gotta make sure you have your soup. Have you got your beans? Why doesn't 24 Killers feel stressful? Oh. 24 Killers reminded me of what it was like to be a kid and to be so obsessed with a world that you want to be in it. And I realized that a lot of the obsession around 24 Killers doesn't come from a mechanic or a narrative, it does just come from a vibe. I do just want to sit on a warm summer afternoon after the sun's gone down and just be in this place. And I think, I mean, Yeti, you've done a playthrough, but like, there's got to be a bittersweet to bringing every universe to a close. You know, one of the things that made Nier Automata so powerful was that it asks you if you want a bittersweet ending, if you want to be a force of good, a force of kindness in that world, you must give up this world you've just spent so much time in. Hell, the original Nier, Jesus, the original Nier asks you to give it all up for a better future. But this? Up until that point, it's not a world of conflict and struggle. Yeah. Okay, so Yeti was saying that they never matched that vibe. They got frustrated waiting for RNG by the time they got to the ending. See, Yeti, I never encountered enough to know when I was getting RNG, so I think I might still have the happiness of the ignorant, you know. Blessed are those too stupid to know when they don't know something, right? I mean, Fearless, if it'll run it, Phantom Brigade. Phantom Brigade has one of the artiest... if you go into a battle woefully under-equipped against your enemy, it'll be at dawn in this gorgeous, like, sunset that's supposed to evoke the end of Evangelion's last fight. Me and Ryan Clark had a great conversation about it drunk at a Denny's one time, just geeking out over how fucking good that game is. And Fearless, I mean, shit, we're not short on games to play. Hell yeah. But Dustin, I think we'll just have to settle for a long shit meet one year and, you know, talking drunkenly about robots whilst we eat copious amounts of breakfast food. But that's a story for another time. I don't know. I want to continue this thread because it feels like this is where 24 Killers is leading us. And that's not nothing. I didn't find this game to be overtly obnoxious. And cracking the puzzles made me feel like, okay, I get it. It wasn't like I had to dig deep into my noggin, but more that I had to... I don't know. I had to just acknowledge the world and be part of it. You know what, Yeti? That's a good point. I did have you being there like, hey, focus on getting getting whispers early on. And when we encountered the Blood Moon and then used like the energy drink combo or the beers. Well, okay, this is a Topo Chico seltzer, but you know what I mean. That did help. Okay. Anyway, on the subject of tall boys, friends, I'm going to nip to the loo very quickly because I've had, you know, several coffees, a cup of tea, and this. Have a ponder if there's anything else you'll want to talk about with 24 Killers that I haven't touched on. You know, if you want to talk about favorite characters, favorite spots, favorite moments, I'd really like to. This isn't a soapbox stream. This is not for me to talk at you all. This is for us to celebrate it. And if you haven't played through it, like, point out what you've seen. Point out the things that get you thinking on this. And I'll be back with all of your beautiful selves in just a moment. Thank you all for waiting. Hello, hello. The soundtrack is very, very good. Got that vibe to it, you know? Okay. So what do you say? We could bring up a little of the game and have a little run around, or is there any other stuff that you all would like to talk about whilst we're just here for Bantermancy? The other thing I do want to say is, I know it's hard. When we find out what December's game is for the Game Club, I'm going to be very intrigued to find out. I'd be very intrigued. Hang on, can I just get a fucking do-over on that sentence? Boy, I fell down the stairs there like 3 times. Whatever the next game on the Game Club is, I'm going to try and spend a little bit more time with it if I think we need it. Whether or not it's going to be something that we all know, I mean, I found personally that we're one of the few squads that knew about 24 killers, like, well in advance. And like, I was having a look at some of the other like points people made about, like, you know, talking around 24 killers, and mostly everybody else was talking about like the core game loop and things like that. Like, one thing that struck me is that this is a game that you can't just research what happens, that this is the perfect kind of game to play with a group, to share knowledge and stuff like that. Because, yeah, you like, imagine if I hadn't had your knowledge to help me out. One thing that was interesting was, like, learning 24 Killers' whole philosophy is about just... Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't know what it is about this xylophone track, but it just cuts a swath through my teeth. The thing I felt I had to learn with 24 Killers was learn to just zen with it. You know? We weren't being stupid that we couldn't work out how to get the crowbar out of the fishbowl. We just didn't know what the fishbowl related to. Because the fishbowl is part of the fish economy. Which, once, like... It's not a random... Okay, can we talk about Dream Barbecue? There we go. Ah! Okay, so this is Enna, Dream Barbecue. Now, this game is free, and is very much based on a YouTube series the same kind. Apparently, the Longship got props for streaming this as early as we did. From what I was informed with, Enna is very popular with the youths. And it is about 2 characters that inherit the same body that have a very strange work ethic trying to find out who's the boss or something along those lines. Now, it is pure random logic. Or perhaps it's better to say that Enna is trying to say something with all of its visuals and what it's doing, but it is not trying to tell you a canonical story that you analyze. It has no qualms in changing its logic, changing its style, its mechanics on a whim. Because ultimately, it's not trying to tell you a cohesive story, it's trying to show you feelings and vibes and all sorts. This is not a game of logic, this is not a game of rules, this is a game of feelings. How does it make you feel, right? And it was interesting having played through this and then going and playing 24 Killers, which does have rules, which does have a logic. You just don't know what it is yet. And it's interesting because Enna Dream Barbecue is a visual delight, but completely nonsensical. And somebody compared this to Paranoia Agent. And I got kind of fighty about that because Paranoia Agent does have a logic to it, but it's a logic that falls into the emotionally evocative. If you haven't seen Paranoia Agent, I don't know what to say to prepare you. You should watch it, but if you like it, you'll end up having to watch it a few times. It's incredible, and there is nothing else like it. The thing is, I want to show you Paranoia Agent's opening to give you a sense of why this and 24 Killers and Enna Dream Barbecue all fit in this whole strange place. So, like, Dream Barbecue is, like, predominantly a 3D title, but, like, occasionally you'll have, like, clip art of a house is a character you talk to. Why is that character a clip art of a house? Don't ask. They just are. In 24 Killers, the Mons were people, but they were exposed to something that changed them. Now, this is never truly explained, but it is a thing that had canonically happened. In Paranoia Agent, you have Little Slugger. Now, who is Little Slugger? Where is he coming from? Why is he doing this? You got to watch that to find out. But there is a madness logic to it, you know. Hell, 24 Killers to me feels a lot more like Odd Taxi. You know what? I can show you Odd Taxi muted. Here we go. As Odd Taxi is absolutely worth watching. All right, that was not useful. That was not useful. Odd is a show with a logic and a sense to it. Enna is unhinged dream logic. Like, nothing is explained. Nothing will ever be explained. There is no canon. There is no through line. You experience it in its purity and its vibes. And 24 Killers is closer to that Odd Taxi style, that Paranoia Agent. But I don't know. God, it's hard to grasp it all. Like I said, I kind of want to boot it up. You know what? Let's do that. Well, let's boot up the game. So, hush you. We're not going to be doing a full playthrough of the rest of it, but I think I can articulate my points better having it here live. You know what I mean? Oh, also, here's something that I did not see until I was rechecking it. All the mons we've released in our save file are all available there. So, Little Fire, how goes the destruction of fragile men's egos on the internet? What's also really interesting is that the three characters it focuses on with the key art: Home, us, just the regular, an old lady who got thrown off a cruise ship, who's really interested in the whispers, the currency, but then also the person we haven't met, who apparently is a soldier. He stayed behind when the army left the place so that he could study the ruins. Like, whatever his military background doesn't matter. He's put down those tools and is now a, you know, I wouldn't say crazy man, but he's super focused on research. And here it is. This is the one we're working on. Reunion. The two lovers reunite. Rainy days can happen from the start of the game. Auto whisper. Automatically earn whispers as home's energy to peace. Food will be consumed. Every fifth item costs one whisper. Home starts with a few useful items. Actions cost whispers instead of energy. task, limited number of in-game days to complete, infinite sprints. You know, Yeti, spoiler away. At this point, if people didn't want spoilers, I figure they would have tapped out before we started talking about it all. Okay, so he's the husbandman. I had a feeling. Just because of the synchronicity between our little outfit and his. The fact that we're greeted whenever we get a reward from our friends by a mailbox that sounds like a dog that runs into us. I mean, shit, there's a part of me, if we weren't drowning in great games, you know? If we weren't drowning in good games, there's a part of me that would say, like, fuck it, let's just make this game our raison d'etre for a bit. Oh, I don't want to go fight the explosive nieces. Something's vibrating in my pocket. Oh, more murmur stuff unlocked. Not so the outfit, just coincidentally both bodies were soldiers stationed on the island. Have I seen a seed in my inventory? Maybe. Whisper, Johnny. Oh, I've got a chip to install. Catnip seed, murmur, treadmill, flash, poo, toast, camera. I take it that's not the one. Let me go install that one here. Maybe. But yeah, so the husbandman has possessed the other soldier bloke, which makes a weird kind of sense. God. You know what it is? It's fucking Alan Wake. It was that we spent so much time on Alan Wake, and then even after we had the Alan Wake and Wine and Cheese, even after playing through all of it, then going to the DLC and finding something that like fundamentally changed so much of it. Okay, I think I have a... I think I can plant stuff over here. Here we go. Catnip seed. There we go. Do you know what's worth saying as well? It's like, Stardew Valley stresses me the fuck out because you have to do everything right. And when you first start playing it, you're kind of like, la la la. You don't even realize how badly you fucked up. But with this, I really don't feel like we biffed it. More murmurs. I don't feel like we biffed it. I feel like there are ways we could optimize this, certainly. Yeah, that's a good point. Stardew is a constant battle of keeping every other person happy. Not wrong. Okay, I'm gonna find the person who's gonna give me some. Oh, I didn't work out what to do with this though. It's garbage day! Meat wad! Why didn't you just open up the bag? Someone else's garbage is kind of like someone else's mail. None of my business. You're real green. You're at least gonna catch the guy who put me in the garbage, right? Whoa, don't lay that trip on me. I saved you. Right. You know, that's the other thing. I feel like we're falling into the vibes of this so quickly. And yeah, Scotty, like... Oh. Oh, okay. I'll see if I can make enough Yeti to buy the bed tonight. But, yeah, Scotty, in Stardew Valley, it's always some bastard's birthday, there's always something going on, you have to make sure you plant everything at the right time of year, with the right stuff going on, and all of that. And... it's really fucking hard. It's really hard. Stardew Valley is supposed to be this tale that is relaxing. Now, much like a lot of other games like it that are very successful, once you hit a certain rhythm with it, it's no worry. Change to black. Disguise yourself when the guards pass over you. Okay. Okay, fine. There's also something interesting about how in this you don't just learn your Mon's abilities, that you, like, you become them? I don't know. Maybe it's coincidental, maybe that's something that's just taken from other games, but from Moon and stuff like that, but... Okay. I don't know, the only thing I wanted to hammer home in this is that it doesn't feel stressful. And Stardew Valley stresses me the fuck out. How much is the bed? Done. No longer sleeping on a shitey futon on the floor. Good for your back, though. True. It's like one thing that I also, Scotty, I had to sit and think about with this game, and I guess with many others. Why do I gravitate towards shooters and immersive sims as much as I do? Like, what is it about that particular fucking genre that just pulls me in? Because I will say that, like, the moment-to-moment of this is... it's not bad, but... I don't know. I need to find the fish food moment. before I can continue with my current thing, and there's something about this kind of puzzly game that once it's cracked, it does feel like I'm not giving it my all, you know? But maybe that's me. God damn it, Fred. I tell you what, Fred. You got yourself a microphone, right? Like, you have your microphone and headphones these days, right? If the next game for Game Club isn't, like, 3D or crazy money, like, come join me for this. Because, for those who don't know, while Fred's raison d'etre is to rip the shit out of me, deservedly so, this is the kind of game, Fred, that I'd love to, like, get your feels on, you know? Like, I don't know if the Game Club price tag is too pricey for you. The problem is I don't want to suggest, you know, you did 16 years in tabletop. You've not done a consistent stint in video games, but you've worked on multiple video games. You know, back when there were more consultancy gigs going round, Fred did a lot of work for a lot of cool people. And that's the only problem, Fred, is I don't know what next month's game's gonna be. I don't. And if I did, I'd be able to, you know, plan a little bit more fiscally sensibly. No, okay, I need to fall into that hole. But so Scotty, I don't think it's that necessarily shooters are easy. I think the immersive sim kind of FPS might just be a genre that I gravitate towards, but also it puts you in a place of serious agency. Cold Ankles, what's up, welcome. We're having a big old chat about this game, 24 Killers. As part of the Game Club of this month, this is what we're playing. I don't know if you had the chance to play it or if you know about it. It is a game that really... You know what? It's a perfect book club game. Because what you feel about it and what you take away from it, it's kind of fascinating, you know? Okay. I'm going to make my little guy have a little snooze now. Well, okay, so Cold Ankles, what's fascinating is that the game is called 24 Killers. The original was a Guess Who 7-day game jam game where there are 24 mons and one of them will kill you. So you have to guess who to find out who the killer is before they kill you. It was then going to be changed into a more open city experience where you had to like make friends with all these crazy creatures in a city to find out who the killer is. And it morphed into this kind of like friend 'em up, point and click-esque good time. It's really good. And Austin, what's up? Welcome. Coming in. So we've been talking about this game for like, what? Hour and a half, coming up on 2 hours. And I think I've said all the things that I wanted to. How this absolutely has the soul of a game, unlike any other. Interestingly, even though it's no longer a murder mystery, it seems to maintain the whole... Yeah, you fucking legend. Nope. sir, you very nearly fell out of bed. The soul still burns. I know, Fred, it is terrifying that there are too many good games right now, which is also where the tantalizing mystery of what happens when you if you can finish this game 24 times, if you can if you can build every universe in your own little part of the multiverse, your own little bit of fun, what does that equate to? But that's no small feat. And I mean, like, even playing Silksong once a week, we haven't even hit Act 3 yet. And we played it day one, day it came out. And here we are. There's so much game. But this does make for a frightening little, like, concept of, like, if we did all that, and it wasn't worth the time we put in, that would be infuriating. Ooh, okay, so there are... Wait, no, we already opened this up. Huh. I guess it didn't save? And I guess, yeah, one of the things I really like about this is that you've been sharing it with us. But, like, there are... There are so many weird little quirks in this. There are so many weird ways to gain whispers and get into all sorts of mischief, right? Like, one of the things that everybody complimented, obviously the original Zelda, but then Breath of the Wild and stuff, was this idea of, like, sharing... like, sharing knowledge between folks. Hang on, I want to see if I'm lucky enough to win a scratch off. Big money, big money! Nope. An item! It's a bowl of chili! Oh, that's cool. My little garbage guy picks that up. Yeah, it's such bullshit, Fred, that we buy The Legend of Zelda and we have to play as this mute dingus called Lunk. Like, what's his fucking deal? But no, one of the things that people complimented Breath of the Wild on was how it felt like OG Zelda, in that sense of you're sharing tips and ideas with friends and builds and concepts. Yeah, Fred, do you know he can't even speak? Fucking loser. Sorry. And this feels very much thusly, because of its, like, crazy logic. It kind of feels like it's a game that wants you to ask your homies, when I'm like, alright, I can't work out how to get the crowbar out of the fishbowl. Now, what do we need to do to get that? We need to find who's selling the premium fish food. If we sprinkle the best fish food in the fish bowl, then the fish army will come and get the crowbar, and then Lord Fish will sell us what we need. God, there's a bunch of it I don't think saved. So yeah, I think we're just vibing here. Sorry, you know what? The other thing about this game's kind of like relaxing vibe is I'm sure you've noticed I keep losing my train of thought. Because like Fred, if this ends up being a 2D game, like I would genuinely be interested if you want to join in for this one. Like you do your playthrough, I'll do one on stream, and then we'll go from there. Scotty, shut up. There might be some people out there who think I'm cool. Don't rob them of that hallucination. Do you know what I will say? This isn't a winter game. This is a summer game. Like, I kind of wish I'd started playing this in those really hot nights when you can't sleep. You don't want to play anything complicated. You don't want to play a shoot or anything like that. And the other thing, Scotty, is I do think that for as much as I like to tout the different styles and artistic creativity you can get in video games, ultimately, Shooty Gunbang was something that I really enjoyed. And it was games like Deus Ex and Thief and things like that that said, oh no, you can play a first-person game. You can be in that space, and it can be something more than just putting bullets into faces. I kind of got frustrated the other day when we were talking about like Alice Madness Returns and stuff, and how I would love for the team who made that to go back to the original Alice and make a sequel based on that. Because Alice Madness Returned is a very 360 coded platformer brawler with gorgeous visual design. But all the problems with that game are problems from its time, you know? Alright, we might progress the story a little bit while we're nattering. It's weird that it didn't save, but... Oh, so Fred, I actually love Factorio and City Builders, but you don't want to see me make Factorio. I would give people here like some kind of aneurysm. So Yeti, you know what that means? The cuttlefish skit that I did last time didn't save. And sorry, for those who didn't see it previously, I don't mean to be skipping dialogue as quite as heavy. We did this last time and apparently I forgot to save it, because I'm a genius. Yeah, don't open that door. It's Moon's multiversal machine. No, Fred, the music is ridiculously soothing. And combined with how spongy the fail conditions are in this, i.e., it's not like you have in Stardew Valley, when the clock strikes 2, you're fucked. If you get knocked out and lose all your health ahead of time, you're fucked. In this, the day ends when you choose it does, or you run out of energy. If you run out of energy, the mole takes half your money, but you can win it back. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get lucky this time. Basically, so when we played this on Wednesday, I managed to reach a little tornado that allowed me to skip all of this and head straight to Fishman down there, which I couldn't have asked for a better skip. But here we are. No skip for me. However... Oh, this is the skip I was supposed... This is the way I was supposed to go. Alright, well here we go, Yeti. I can earn my stripes today. Pardon me. There we go. So Austin says, I have to imagine Stardew has some dystopian implant on the farmer's poor head. Yeah. Well, also that idea of, like, most of the farmers I know work way too hard on the regular anyway. Oh, alright. Hang on a sec, friends. I'm gonna crack in the bevy. Does anyone want anything from the kitchen? Can I get him on a beveragino? I'm gonna get a twisted tea. Friends, miscreants and longshipians, the Twisted Tea Extreme. Oh, Vanderbeast, we didn't do pumpkin pie. I don't know, what does that say about me as a person? Did potatoes? Do you want a cold potato? Not a raw potato, obviously. Okay, now talk to Big Fish. So Big Fish is going to give us a dried cuttlefish for the parakeet. And now, if we can find whoever's selling the best fish food, we can then do the other ones. Now, Yeti, did you... Can you direct me to where I can buy fish food? God. Okay, but think about this. This was just supposed to be the point at which we were just having a natter. This wasn't supposed to be continuation of the game. Yet here the fuck we are. I just can't leave it alone. This sounds so British. Sorry, don't have any pie. It's like a cold potato. In fairness, they're really good. Alright, but we should then go look around to see if we can find anything. Is there any extra? I mean, I couldn't do streams of it, just for the same reason that it's just too relaxing, but if any game proved you could do that, it's fucking, If any game proved you could do kind of like a relaxing lo-fi bluegrass, it's gotta be, Hard Space Shipbreakers. I can't do it on stream because it's too relaxing and I don't want to talk. I just want to vibe. Which is significantly less useful for those of you who are here for conversation. Okay. I'm getting distracted already. Which is a specialty of mine, I might add. Here we are, in the island of 24 killers. I think the reason why I kept spending so much time describing this in the same vein as that that Digimon game, is because that was a summer game I played. I got it fucking cheap from GameStation. I played a whole bunch of it because there wasn't anything else to be playing. Like Little Fire and I were talking earlier today about like the games you played as a youngling that you played obsessively because you didn't have anything else. I was mentioning earlier that Final Fantasy VII Remake has the heart and soul of the original. Little Fire was like, I get it, but she played the original religiously because it was one of 4 games she had as a child. You know, they had a PlayStation, they had 4 games, and that was it. And so the small changes between the two, that soul gets a little different. But then, don't even get me started on Front Mission 3. Austin, I'm so confused by that sentence. And numbers, you're right, what I wanted to do with continuing to play 24 Killers was have this be the background to our talk show, you know? This is Game Club. And like, it would be like if I did a reading of the book at book club, you know what I mean? Sorry, I'm skipping over through this one because these were the bits that we did. We did this at the end of last stream, and I guess I didn't go to bed afterwards. Okay. Didn't get Gunter's picture. Wonder if I can now. But we'll pop to the coffee shop. Sorry, every time you hear one of those cackles from the other room, you just need to know that some bloke, the worst person you could imagine on Call of Duty, just got ruined. Just take a little, take the joy from that I do, you know? Okay. Okay, so they're gonna be... Alright, so they're back up tomorrow, so then we'll come get their photos. Okay. God, the Paul Simon thing broke my brain earlier today, though. Somewhere in the Indian Ocean. I mean, Mam used to listen to Paul Simon a lot, so... It's one of those, like, weird things that is baked into my noggin. Okay. Bedtime and save time. Somewhere in the indie game ocean, there's an abandoned military shooter. God. Alright, this is apropos of nothing, but I'm still obsessed with the idea of trying to do something like Girls' Last Tour. I still think about how Paratropic gives you a gun with an incredibly detailed reload mechanic, as would be something to labor over, pore over. The kind of thing a Shooty Gunbang smith like myself would be like, fuck yeah, that's a cool gun, because that's how I sound. And then it never has you fight anyone. You can use it to shoot out cameras at one point, but you never use it for its intended purpose. If you've never seen it, Girls Last Tour is a post-apocalyptic anime about these two very moe girls on a, what's it called, a half-track, going on a tour of this, like, forgotten wasteland, these impossible areas, these impossible megastructures, sorry, and all sorts. Now, I won't spoil plot and points, but it's treated at first like a slice of life anime, but ultimately it's these two people with military equipment exploring not for conflict, but because there's nothing else to do. It's the end of the world. Using the scope on their rifle not to murder, but just to see what's over the next horizon. I don't know. I've been obsessed with that idea for a while. And look, and I understand that that's fucking ridiculous from someone who is obsessed with sniping games. I'm literally saying like, hey, I want a game where you give me a Mosin. Well, a sniper configuration Mosin. And then I do no sniping. But... But I think there's something really powerful with that. I think the language of video games being predominantly one of conflict means that when we're told explicitly, no, it makes it pretty powerful. If you want to play a sniping game without sniping, play Pokemon Snap. Is Pokemon Snap the best sniping video game? Tonight, me and Fred discuss. And do you think Floydo would let us have Will and Fred's Excellent Adventure back? Pokemon Snap is a rail shooter. Well, one of the things you all know I love drinking and talking about is the idea of, like, disambiguation of mechanics. So, like, Pokemon Snap is a rail shooter, but you're not firing a gun, you're clicking a camera. I mean, Cold Ankles, I think in this current climate, you could actually make a game like that, where if you sit in a bush for 3 hours, you can find your target. I think you would need to have that be something special for people who are weirdo sickos like me. But it's kind of like in Whoopo, where if you... for those who didn't play it, Whoopo is one of my favorites. It's in the Great Hall for a reason. It looks like a kid's game. It isn't. There is a carnival in-game where you have to pay to go on the different rides, and one of them is a what's supposed to be like an immersion chamber. See sight beyond sight. It's a fucking closet painted black, and that's it. And so if you go in and you stay there for a little bit of time, it's fucking shite. And you can come out and complain, and the guy's like, as advertised, and you can want to punch him in the noggin. Like, that's all fine. But if you stay in there for, I think it's 15 minutes without moving, you start seeing shapes in the darkness. Because it's a 2D game, you're a little blob, and the shapes in the darkness tend to take form, and eventually you get to fight this, like, nightmare tier apocalyptic boss. You know, your hallucinations come to life. It's fucking cool. One of the things about the current era that we are in is that there are people out there, sickos like me, who will go hard on these games and will share that knowledge and revel in it. I mean, Jesus. Jesus doesn't work here. the amount of time we've spent with Rain World, which is a truly sadistic game. For a story of, you know, cycles and forgiveness and, you know, overcoming the kind of things few could truly understand. Like, Rain World really is something special. If I'd played it by myself, if we're being perfectly honest, I probably would have played it for a bit and then gone, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. We didn't play it by ourselves. We played it proper. Okay, so what the fuck is this? So I guess a bubble charm is the thing we've seen. That's a ring charm, sword charm, and I guess... Ghost Whisper, alright. Nah, we good for the moment. If we hit a, if we hit a Blood Moon, I can stack up on those. Yeah, no, it was Rain World's slogan when they were under Adult Swim. Yeah. Did I tell you all, I hung with, well, me and Littlefire met Steve Gee, who was like the fucking guy at Adult Swim when we were at PAX. He was helping rep the Tokyo Highway Challenge game on Steam. It was so fucking cool. Always a great reminder that there are so many people in the games industry whose names aren't sung, who are fucking powerhouses. Okay, Yeti, is there anything you want to say on 24 Killers before you tap out? Because I don't imagine we've got much left in this. I'm not saying our stream ends for tonight. Maybe we'll raid into Littlefire's chaos. Maybe we'll make some chaos of our own. But think of it like this. Game Club is going to be coming to an end probably in the next, like, 20 minutes or so. But that doesn't mean we can't have an after party. But, like, Yeti, you played the most out of anybody in our little game club. Sorry. And if you are heading to bed, go for it. I'll natter for the next 20 minutes. I realise I'm jumping on people as they're like, Will, I've got to go to bed. No, but please tell me in great length your feelings on this video game. Will, fuck's sake, Will, I want to sleep. Yeah, but what if you have another bevy and talk more about art? Look, alright, Fred, you can give me shit, but you do what I do sober, okay? You do the same shit that I do without a bevy. So Yeti said, I think I covered all the fun. Not sure if I liked it, but glad I did. Glad I did play it and happy I joined. Fuck yeah. Fred says what I do. Yay. Thank you. Alright. And again, friends, if any of you want to join in for next month's Game Club, just look down in the About section here on Twitch, down the doobly-doo. Or if you're catching this on YouTube, I'll copy-paste it into the doobly-doo as well. I don't know what next month's game's going to be. And the thing is, you have to sign up now to join in for next month. But I don't know. I've had a good time with this. Sorry. And Numbers was like, so I'm about to be wheeled into surgery. I'll be under sedation for 10 hours. Will. Okay, but how good was Rain World? What was your favorite Pebbles moment? Well, I'm dying from spleen and rib-related injuries. Okay, yes, but like the juxtaposition of the Artificer and it's like tied to revenge as part of it. Well, I'm severely bleeding. I need medical help. Do you have any games on sale that you think deserve a shout out? Well, okay, I'm going to say this because we do have some people who have not been in the long ship for a long time. Head to the Discord. On Discord, we have the Great Hall. Every game in the Great Hall is something that is very important to us, or one that I personally stand by. Like, hang on, let me have a look and see what the full list is. Most of it is shit, you know. But, yeah, The Great Hall, MyHouse.wad, Project Silverfish, Tunic, Lunacid, Heaven Will Be Mine. This Game Blows is free, but Pacific Drive, Tales of Iron. The first one, because Tales of Iron 2 felt a little... It didn't feel as fleshed out as its original. Chance of Sonar, Umurangi Generation, Night Team 4, Sunlight, The Longing, a game that lies to you and says it's going to take 400 days. It doesn't, but oh. Heaven's Vault, The Magic Circle, Bramble, Red Light Club, Everhood, Opus Magnum, good old Blight of Immortal, The Hex, Unfortunate Spacemen, Soma, One Shot, Whoopo, Subnautica, and of course, Blackout Club. The Blackout Club's a hard one because the things that we did are gone, and so you're kind of playing in the remnants of what was. But also Rain World and Hollow Knight. Like, that's a good jumping off point. If you need more, I mean, shit, I guess it's Black Friday? And oh no, I have to talk about video games that you all might like. However will I cope? Oh no! Old Will, welcome to my TED Talk. The exits have been locked. Overguard, they call me. No, numbers. Will, I've been shot. Call 911. Hello, 911. Have you heard about Project Silverfish? Okay, so we've got 15 minutes or so. Actually, let me snooze so I fucking save what we've done. Oh, actually, I haven't done anything. We've got about 15 minutes before we start looking at like what the rest of the night is going to be. We still haven't found the person who makes the fucking fish food. Incoming enemy fire. Activate the overguard. What-ho! Sorry. God, guess I am still scrambled. If you have any thoughts or feelings on 24 Killers, now's the time to throw it in. I'd say, yeah, we'll do 15 minutes or so, and then we'll start looking at where the game club after party is going to be. And, well, I'll make sure that all of this is kind of segmented, for game club proper. So people who are just looking for like 24 Killers deconstruction and stuff like that. Ultimately, friends, the thing to remember is like, this was predominantly one person's passion project as the tip of the spear. They launched this off the back of a $5,000 Kickstarter, which is fucking unheard of. They made the music, they wrote this thing, they put it together. And however you feel about it, you have to acknowledge that, like, it's something special. And what's really interesting is the people who've played this, even the ones who didn't really like it, it almost feels like sometimes you can appreciate the craft in something even if it's not for you. And this feels like one of those. Like, I wasn't even planning on playing anymore, friends. The point was supposed to be, we reached this stage, and we just used this as the background noise to talk about it some more before the next thing. And I can't stop. Like, I'm not entirely sure to what degree that is a compliment and otherwise. And I don't know how well this whole thing lasts from place to place. Well, see, Immortal then, that's the thing. this wears its inspiration to Moon on its shoulder. Not on its sleeve, but almost as like a resplendent pauldron. But one of the things that I found was that when most folks talk about this game and they talk about Moon, it weirdly tends to end discussion about it. You know, this game is more than the sum of its parts. And it's definitely more than just its inspiration. And the reason why we haven't jumped onto the Moon team's newest game, it's not been doing so good, and I don't want to punch down, right? Because, like, it's real easy to talk about games like this. But it's also very easy to forget that, like, Moon and the Ilk have inspired games that have now changed the industry. I don't care who the fuck you are. You know what Undertale is. You know where Undertale has come from. And that's a lot of pressure to sit with. Is that a fish? Tropical fish food created with loving husbandry of dedicated aquarist. Okay. Something caught your eye? Tell your friends. Are they all fighting? Gunther's back, the brew flows, the Mons are having a place to hang out. You managed to make a gun fort cozy, Pratt. Alright, Gunther, play us out. Hey on. Any requests? Other birds, wind in the alley, mole. Let's go with other birds. There we go. I mean, shit. I could finish this Twisted Tea and talk about how this game evokes more emotion from 2 frames of animation on a strange cowboy parakeet than whole teams have tried to put into their grizzly, chin, brick-faced protagonist. I could talk about how there are so many games that want to sit here and say, we're so cozy. They're not. Calling your game cozy doesn't make it be a place I want to spend time. You know, cozy's become such a thrown around term. It's a warm blanket on a winter evening. It's snuggling down with a cup of something special. This actually does it. And yeah, it feels more summer holiday than it does like winter evening. So many other games want to tell you. They want to tell you that they are this experience, and not actually do it. Every note is a little bit colder than the other. In other words. God damn it, Fred. Yeah, I'll have to ask Floydo if we can do Will and Fred's Excellent Adventures again. Okay. I'm gonna throw in one more song from Gunter. I'm gonna nip the loo. And then we'll do closing thoughts and see where the rest of our night takes us. I'll be back in just a second, friends. When I start stressing about nothing in everything, I see the hills, I see their dressing green from spring to spring. When you're on a mountain, you're just looking down and can't see it
things get big, when things get heavy, I start to feeling stuck. I found it helps to get in my Chevy, drive around this old pickup truck. 'Cause when you're on a mountain, you're just looking down and can't see its entirety. Missing my dad, miss being looked after, miss when you helped me out. Hearing the birds,
Okay.
oh, it starts my laughter. They've got nothing
Chisel.
to worry about. When you're on a mountain, you're just...
And that was the coffee shop. Right. I guess final thoughts. I thought this was a really good opening gambit for the game club. Love it or loathe it. This is the kind of game that makes you think and talk and discuss with the homies. You can't say fairer than that. Again, if you would like to consider joining the game club, check the stuff down the doobly-doo. There's a little partner link. We'll save some cash if you wanna. I don't know what next month's game will be. I hope you'll come with us. We'll be doing the same thing, but I will probably... There we go, sprinkle the flakes. Oh. There we go. God, this game is just engrossing. So, whatever we do with the next game, I think the only thing I'll tweak is that once I know what the game is, we may do a couple of days on it, not just one. Because the only thing I would have liked to have done is had the opportunity to try and finish this a couple of times. Seeing how the rhythm of this plays through once you've finished it at least once. Because like I said, I feel like we're sitting on the precipice of a larger mystery. And you know I'm a sucker for a mystery. If anybody has any, like, final thoughts or feels like now is the time to do it. And Dustin, yeah, it's so soothing, and it all comes into that same kind of vibes for days. One of the things that Little Fire and I share an agreement on is that the word cozy means nothing right now. A game that says it's cozy, that doesn't mean shit about shit. It's a marketing term that's thrown around because it gets coverage. And I'm not dissing on cozy games. I love the fact that we're having this cozy game resurgence, that we have so many games that are... Cozy is a very sturdy term. God damn it, Fred! But cozy is thrown around with such reckless abandon that it no longer means anything. There are games that have that, but like I said, I think cozy is a nothing term, but this is a place that I'm happy to just be. I'm happy to just trundle around. Like, honestly, I get the energy meter. The energy meter is to stop users from being frustrated with every day. You know what I mean? It's not like with disco pop where it's trying to make a puzzle where we have to do the most amount of things and the least amount of moves, because it lets us bulk our energy out. We can actually get to the point in this game where energy isn't even a consequence. It's more like the food and water in the early stages of Subnautica. Like, it's a threat, but it's not a big one. You know what I mean? And yeah, and Scotty, that's entirely fine. How you describe a game, how you choose to describe a game as cozy is valid. How a game being sold to us is described matters. That's where I take umbrage. And I wouldn't call this cozy, but because this is a summer afternoon. Like, when we played through this, it reminded me of being a kid and going on holiday to France. My stepdad took us around a bunch of places, and again, I think we were just visiting friends and shit. I didn't speak the language at all. I guess I knew a couple of words like, you know, hello and thank you and shit like that, but I couldn't have a conversation. You know what, Verdant? This does have original Animal Crossing vibes so much more than a lot of other games in that same place. You know? And that's no small feat. Let's go buy a crowbar. Might as well crack a puzzle while we're cracking a bevy. And the kind of games where you do want to just be in the world are rare. I always thought it was wild that with good old World of Warcraft, how long it took them to understand that people did sometimes just want to be in the world. They didn't always want to be fighting and questing and kicking off, you know?
I swear a series about a kid getting a mortgage by accident on his family's house and has to save it is a terrible idea. Don't watch Home Alone.
But, Akari, I'll tell you when the jokes go over my head, and I'll tell you when I don't get it. That was exceptional. Thank you for the 200 and for the excellent joke. How you doing? We're just kind of at the almost after party stage of our 24 killers. Time to give a crowbar to a worm. He doesn't have hands, don't worry about it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's it. We have to organize the ammo and then the supplies. There we go. Why do they need ammo down there? They're fine. Oh, that's way cool. Phyllis was saying apparently Macaulay Culkin's kids are big fans of Home Alone, but they don't know it's their dad. I mean, one of my favourite stories along that was The Rock getting told to shut up when his kids were watching Moana. Okay, so friends, we're going to switch gears in a second. I'm going to bank this save. Well, I'm going to get the whispers that are available on the island. And then let's start thinking about what we're going to do next. Now, if you want, we have multiple choices, all right? If left to my own devices, I'll be honest, I could quite happily play some very sugary Shooty Gunbang right about now. I've been kind of craving it. I got a little taste of it yesterday. But the sheer number of really, really good games out right now is frightening. And one of them is a point-and-click quasi-horror game called Feed My Mech, where you control a giant robot through, like, diegetic systems. And it looks really fucking good. Yeah, I know, Fred, it's hard to believe, but here we are. The only problem is that for the Shooty Gunbang that I want to play, I'm not playing Project Silverfish, not because I don't crave it. Believe me, I crave it. But because I don't want to binge it too hard and then not want to play it anymore. So yeah, I think one of the reasons why Arena Breakout's taking my attention is because it's free. It's hitting that Shooty Gunbang, but it's not quite as punishing as other extraction shooters. Because I enjoy battle royales, I enjoy extraction shooters. They're their own self-contained story. God, I wish Hyperlight Breaker had been better. God, Hyperlight Breaker should have... No. Alright, never mind. It's always fun to hear Little Fire eviscerating the masculinity of others. Sorry, I'm not holding my train of thought very well at this point. But yeah, so we're not done with stream tonight. Just the question is, what are we doing? Where are we doing it? Wait, Wormy can fly? Vernon says, do you ever think about how much it seems to hurt Link when he transforms in Majora's Mask? Actually, yes. The idea that something that we talk about a lot in video games, i.e., you know, transformation systems and the ilk, might actually fucking suck. Girls, you have half an hour until it's tree time. Please do not let them tell you that they are not loved. They eat better than any human I know. Also, if you haven't seen this game, the cat's ability is literally the zoomies. To my understanding, if you take the catnip, then you just get high-speed zoomies instantly. Okay, for realsies, I'm gonna go back and sleep. Sorry, we're gonna say hi to the new person. We're gonna go back and sleep, and then we are done with 24 killers. I guess shout out to the game club for getting us to fucking play as much of this as we have, for being the best excuse to jump into this. My only regret is that I wasn't able to get more folks in for this, because I do think 24 Killers is special. And if you take anything away from all of this nonsense, let it be that you can make your own weird strangeness. Alright, Wormy, you're on. My little military guy's hitting that treadmill. Because here's the thing I've noticed about a lot of your lovely selves. A lot of you who tend to frequent the Longship are excellent world builders. And maybe it's time for you to make your lore Bible. I'm not saying design Bible, right? I'm not telling that you should start making a GDD right now. I'm saying that you should consider creating the world in which your thing might exist now. Because if there's one thing about 24 Killers that shines through, is that this world is so rich. Like, the idea that we're only seeing like a snippet of this. And that's kind of fucking powerful. Also, these two are just bringing this shit up, so we might as well get a couple in. Or loreable, if you will. Which you shouldn't, because it doesn't work. Wait, is that my ghost? Whose ghost is that? Okay, bye, ghost. Always ready with a gif. But yeah, I really think it's
Bits for bacon sighting.
Bacon's not dead! Stop telling everybody you're dead! How is it being a ghost? It's fine as long as you don't remember what it was like to be a human. In the body, you have a much wider range of senses. And if you were suddenly to remember what it was like missing out on, I would leave this world behind and search the next. Alright. Alright. Let me go save, and Verdant, we shall consider this dab. Little fight, how did you know? You're killing people! The point where I find out that Little Fire is like, not omniscient, but omnidirectional. Alright, Verdant, you shall have your dab. Let me crack this open, save it, and then we shall call an end to the 24 Killers segment. That is an ugly ass Moogle. Oh, Tabby! I always know when the Overlord of the Church of the Crispid Undead is mentioned. God, he's not dead! Fuck you guys for making Rip Bacon the Jarl. Okay, okay. Alright. Closing thoughts. Friends. For those of you that played 24 Killers, I hope you had a really good time. For those of you that were confused about the game club and how it worked and things like that, like, thank you for telling me. We were literally the first partner they brought on board, and our job was to be the test case, the example, the New Zealand of streams, i.e. the place where everybody does their A/B testing. I am really excited to find out what the game club does next. And for every discussion I had about this, I really value. Little Fire and I had some really in-depth discussions, and Don't help me, I'm exactly where I want to be. Bacon. Fucking hilarious. What I would like to say is just that 24 Killers was a perfect game to start with. Oh, was the music drown it out? What Little Fire is doing to those individuals probably cannot be described in polite conversation, but they will remember the vengeance that has been wrought upon them for generations. But that's not the point. This game has spurned so much great conversation and it's been lodged in my brain since we played it. The reason why I wanted to apologize earlier is like, either we should have streamed this for multiple days, or I should have played this earlier because I needed the time to think about it. Like, I was in the shower earlier today and I didn't realize I'd zoned out for like 40 minutes. Just thinking about all the different interactions and all the different stuff together. Hey Null, Watto and welcome. Little Fire is wrecking foes over on their side of Twitch right now. We're kind of bringing to a close our like game club talk. The stream's not coming to a close, by the way. We're not done with stream for the night, but we're done with 24 Killers. And I'm just kind of doing my like closing thoughts and stuff, whilst Little Fire is basically wishboning poor bastards on the internet. It's kind of fun. And no, I did get your message. We will organize a thing. No, Scotty, it's my poltergeist. My favorite poltergeist. But no. So Null, I don't know if you're aware of 24 Killers. Non-conflict, quasi point and click. With this wonderful like, summer holiday vibe to it. I'm so happy it exists. It was the Game Club of the Month game. I don't know what the next one will be, but this one was a banger. So anyway, to our homies over at the Game Club, thank you for choosing this one. I'm glad we played it. I'm glad we talked about it. And it's the kind of game that deserves more love and deserves more conversation. More than just, have you played Moon, a remix RPG? So thank you all. All right. So yeah, once the sleep save game has happened, we'll put on some tunes, we'll have a natter, and we'll see where the rest of the night's gonna take us. But I do need to make sure the night plays out, because I didn't do that last time, and I had to redo a puzzle that I had basically broken. Oh, cool, I'm being haunted by my own ghost. Woo! Bro! What the fuck are you doing in my house? You helped Winrose pass on. I'm ready now, too! Can it wait till tomorrow? Yeah, bro. Just meet me outside the temple. Imagine if all horror games were like, ooh! Mate, can this wait till tomorrow? Sure. You know what? It's fine. Don't even worry about your dead wife. Null, have you seen my dead wife jacket? I don't remember if I wore that to GDC that year. Okay. Your memories of GDC are more of a temporal smear. Fair. Same, but that's usually because I live in a tempest. Alright. Hey. Wouldn't have it any other way, numbers. So. That's it for our little game club adventure this evening. I hope you really enjoyed that. Stream's not ending, but from here... So, the game club is concluded. The Friday night after party is here. I'm trying to decide how ridiculous I want to get at this point. Go for some emotional support Dreamcast music and go from there. Okay, and I owe Verdant a bloody dab. Oh, Quasi. Thank you. Like, the partner link is only like... It's not even like, you know... It's not even like dollars. But, I don't know. There are very few of these like game club concepts that I've been excited to be a part of, and this is one of them. And hey, if you use my little like code, it should be $5 for 3 months, and... No! Don't worry about it. But I think there's a feature where you can join my... Where is it? I think there's a feature where you can join my specific game club, which should show them that we're, like, actually a force to be reckoned with. Yeah. Oh, no, Quasi, we're not done for the night. We're done with Game Club. Game Club is concluded. Now it's just beverages and hangs with the homies. When Little Fire has finished doing an absolute fucking crime to those poor blokes on the internet, then we'll see what tonight looks like proper. Because either we'll raid into Little Fire and then do some stuff over there, or we'll play some horror stuff over here, or some shooters over here, or just hang out. It's our Twitch. We get to do whatever the fuck we want. Except for what I have to do next, which is thanks to Verdant Flow. Fine. It's fine. I was so hoping someone was going to make me dab. You know, I love this so much. Amateur! Okay. So, let's have a look at what we have available to us. No, not GameCube. Okay. Nova, you absolutely did. We both know it. Okay, so yeah. There's lots of things we can do this evening. Alright. Now, I've blepped a Little Fire, so we can kind of scheme together at that point. But, Nova, did you hear me dabbing? And see, that's the thing, is like, there are so many banging games we could leap into this evening. I was really sad to take that one game out of the rotation, because it was all like fucking VO nonsense and whatnot.
You're ruining my gameplay.
Whatever you did to those poor men, they're not recovering from.
Good. I shoved my fucking LMG so far up their fucking asshole. I used them as a sight.
Oh yeah, you can use the ears. It's like stuck it in.
Okay, I'm here to scheme.
Okay, well, so I was gonna like start scheming what we want to do next.
Okay.
Are you content with your fix of blasting blokes on the internet?
I don't know. Depends on what is on the menu.
We're making the menu.
Okay. Okay. So what?
So, there is something on my side which might interest you. I don't know.
Okay.
It's called Feed My Mech.
I knew it was gonna be a mech. Okay.
It's not just mechs.
I'm listening. Oh right, it's mechs and anime waifus.
It's anime waifu-less.
You need to show me.
Okay.
scary?
It should be. Look, you control a... Oh, hang on, let me show the rest of the squad. You control a diegetic robot going through these, like, underground systems, and there's, like, fucking weird meat, and it looks like it gets fucking weird.
Okay, but... weird or scary?
Well, that's the thing I don't know.
Say.
Only one person has reviewed it on Steam. It came out today. So it could be trash. Conceptually, it looks like it slaps. Oh, so the controls are all diegetic. You remember that one we did, which was like you were trapped in a bell? And you had to work out where nightmares were? So like your movement is only shown on this. Drag the food into the orifice. Feed my mech.
If that's what you want to do, by all means.
Oh, it's one of the suggestions. I don't know if Pass the Pad Arena Breakout is the vibe that everyone else is feeling though.
Okay, I am fully warmed up with shooters, so
You kind of want to shoot some dudes in the face.
I just want to fucking ruin men with your favorite genre of game.
Stop feeding your mechs and people. Mind. Okay, ignore their squeaks. They are so spoiled. I like how you don't even joke about it anymore. Like, you know.
How? I still already knew. It's been months, Will. I raged so hard or celebrated so hard, I don't know which, that I this is in my neck. It hurts.
So you know you're getting old. Oh, so this one's not for today. I mean, the first time you pull a neck muscle raging on a video game. Oh, so this isn't for tonight, and it might not be a stream one, but just to put into your wheel well, this is Death and Abyss. I've been waiting for this for a while. It's a cosmic horror jet fighter game, and it looks fucking cool. So you just play a cool little jet fighter fighting against impossibly sized cosmic horrors.
Okay, it does look like
Yeah. Oh, also, Null was in just a sec. I don't. Oh.
I was lurking. I know Twitch doesn't fucking show you that, but I was lurking.
Nova was with you.
Well, you know, Nova does what Nova does. They're hanging out.
But I gotta say, the juxtaposition of Game Club Arty Farty with your insults to men on the internet was perfect. I have no notes. Okay, so we've got some will horror.
Yeah.
If you're on the vibe of like,
It's just, I'm saying that. Can I speak? I'm saying that because if you're gonna pick something that's gonna get me off of that, I'm gonna need it to be something I'm excited about.
true.
So it would have to be something that I put in that list for you.
Oh, that's how we. Okay.
Because I don't want to get off of that if I'm having a good time and on a good roll. If we're gonna play something that's more nearby, then
It's not the Little Fire one. Which one was it? Was
I
it?
think it's in my shit though.
Oh no, it is. I don't know if I have access to your list.
No, you do. I know.
Because YouTube Spooks is mine.
Yeah, no. I really wish I need to just make that list over on your
Yeah.
so that way we don't have to do the switchy smooth.
Oh, Viking Blonde was an early list I had for YouTube games.
What was that My Little Pony shit?
Oh, Pony World 3. I think it's either awful or a quasi-horror game. Third installment in the very successful My Pony World series. I don't remember if this is a horror game or if this was some...
You don't have to. You just like ponies. You're a pony. You know, I'm gonna judge heavily, but Longshoot's probably got your back.
No, I think. Oh no, me and Christian played this a squillion years ago. We got very drunk and ripped the shit out of Pony World. Okay, but look, help. Like, this is the kind of shit.
Right.
Hang on, let's check the store page. No, it doesn't say psychological horror.
Yeah, no, it's just a game about ponies.
I like my weird shit. It's just a game about ponies. Neo Aquarium, you and I could face off as different sea fish. As different shellfish. Sea fish, Jesus. Chisel. I do like Pulsar the Lost Colony. I have yet to find a squad that wants to play through a whole campaign of it. It's like being super into like a sci-fi RPG. Anyway, I don't have access to the list that you made for us.
You just have to switch real quick.
Oh, if that's alright.
It's fine, I don't care. What is in my library? Okay? The only one who needs to worry about their library being shown is you.
Yeah. Other Let It Die players not happy about the fact that Uncle Death is now probably Gen AI.
Good. And if everybody's really loud about it.
Yo. I can't wait for Gun Ho to lose a whole bunch of money on that.
Yeah.
Leave your handle is still premium. Hex premium will.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so library, collections, games for Will.
Yep.
Okay.
No, you gotta turn off.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Now, it really depends on the vibe. So you've done Urge, you've done all the observation duties, essentially. All of the Cat Lady series is obviously very intense.
It's a big undertaking.
It's just very sensitive topics. But they're really fucking good. You'd have to start with the Cat Lady. My Friend is a Raven is fun. It's not really that long.
Which one is that?
Down at the bottom. Right.
Is this the same person that did?
This is the same person who did
Choo Choo Charles.
Yes. This was one of their earlier games. I already told you that. I used to hang out and stream. Oh, cool. I played all the other stuff too. I think all that's in your list.
You've really hurt yourself.
I really actually did hurt myself.
Imagine crushing fools on the internet so hard you pull something.
It does have a story. It's fun. Also, the art was really fun. It's really cool.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, this like sketchy like ink pen art style is what made this stuff. Like,
Yeah.
people don't seem to realize it, but Nick, I know you've played Choo Choo Charles like I have, and you look into it, it's the same sketchy style. In fact, the fact that the characters you interact with are almost like models on a train set, intentional or not, is genius. Because it's all about making as much game as you can.
There's that. They're beautiful. All their other games are in there too, which are also fun. But they're longer. Night in the Riverger and My Beautiful Paper Smile is kind of longer. My Big Sister and Redbow are amazing games, but also kind of long. Just Ignore Them is also really good, but also really longer. Graveyard Shift isn't that bad. Crimson Snow, if you want to get into the Christmas spirit.
We're not quite at full-on Christmas time yet. I don't know if I'm like, because this is the kind of like intense horror that needs like a focus.
You're never gonna get to them.
I am.
I shouldn't have even made the list because you're never gonna play them. So you do whatever you want to do.
Well, there's got to be like somewhere between. Like, you don't want to do Will's weird mech horror,
I know.
and
I'm just gonna sit here. I'm gonna start yawning because I'm not gonna be engaged, which means I'm just gonna go play my game.
fair. And these are not the kind of horror games I want to jump into tonight because it's a level of like,
You? It's fine.
because I want to like natter with you and get into the chaos and stuff.
Okay.
You know, observation duty ones are interesting, but like we've done up to 4 now, so I think it's only 5 on your list is the only one we haven't like fucked with.
Okay, well, we need to figure out something because my stream is also.
Oh, I thought
So.
well, how about I pass these lovely folks on to you, and you blast some fools in the face, and we go from there. Or
I mean, if you're gonna pass them on to me, I'm not gonna continue on.
okay, do you want to
That's
shooty gunbang here?
Shooty Gunbang what? I thought the whole point was just the vibe. That wasn't the vibe.
No. A shooty gunbang is definitely. Wow, bear with us just a second, friends. Okay, friends, thank you so much for waiting on that one. Little Fire was talking a lot of sense. So, I was overly worrying about what we should jump into next. And Little Fire made the very good case of it's okay to play the things that, you know, one might want to play. Like, can you imagine that it takes that long to convince a person that it's okay to do the things they want to? So, to those of you that are sticking over on this side, to those of you that want to come with on the nonsense, yeah, well, you play the games you want to. Well, I know. And look, okay, I'll say this. I'd rather be on this side of being overly concerned about your time than mine. Because, like, so long as you lot are the focus, then I'm not being a self-absorbed dickhead. So, if it's up to me, I'd like to play some brain-dead Shooty Gunbang. And I know that's not the most wildly anticipated stuff, but I feel like I made all of the good points with like 24 Killers. I think 24 Killers was lovely and beautiful. Hell, I'm gonna switch to 24 Killers as our like as our in-between round Shooty Gunbang. But I know it's not the most I'd like to play some Arena Breakout. I'd like to do some Shooty Gunbang. Little Fire, I swear I'm gonna get the broom. Don't threaten me with a good time. If that's okay with you all. Alright, and for those of you who might be tapping out because I'm gonna move on to that, like, please let me know. So I wish you a proper good weekend. Tomorrow we're playing Fallout London because I want to be able to be the most... I want to be able to be the most British I can at you all. Yeah. Thank you, Null. Thank you all. And again, I'm not saying that Arena Breakout is a great emotional... a great emotional superstar in the great land of video games, but it's an extraction shooter that believes that women exist, and to my knowledge, it doesn't do anything nefarious. I will say though, friends, Little Fire is doing battle in their own digital war zone, and it's extremely funny to hear. Okay, not extremely funny, that sounds mocking, but more like... it is thoroughly entertaining. And I will say that for the watchers, I'll block that out.
Well, for frack's sake, stop justifying wanting to shoot stuff.
Okay. Okay. But I'm going to play the 24 Killers soundtrack. And we're going to give the guinea pigs some treats as well. So, like, seriously, friends, thank you. And like I said, I don't ever want to get to the point where I just take it for granted that you lot will just be here, whatever, you know? So, thank you. Okay. Cutie babies, first treat tonight. So you don't both squeak and get me ratted out again. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Oh, and just... why is it Gingerman? Okay, this right here, that is cultural appropriation. As a ginger, I am mildly offended by this. Gingerman indeed. My culture is not a costume. Oh. Why is there a... How much is the Gingerman set? Like, $22. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is heinous. This is heinous. You know what? Caffeine, you're entirely right. All British culture
And
is
as a
there.
Pillsbury Dough man, you're a gingerbread man.
It's the Pillsbury Dough boy, but the gingerbread man. Oh my word. Alright, does anyone need a primer on this? I'm definitely gonna play some of the like invader mode first. So, to those who haven't seen, this has been something that I've been really enjoying. This is Arena Breakout. It's another extraction shooter. Weirdly, it was originally a mobile extraction shooter, one of the first. Did very well. And this is the PC Steam version. If you kind of wish that Tarkov was just more friendly, less expensive, this is definitely the way to go. Oh, this is my newest gun. I called it the Short King. The big thing about this game is that they actually believe that women exist, which Tarkov said they would not be adding.
Well, shush, we got this, chat. Does anybody need an explanation of this game? Raise your hand.
Wait, are you all bullying me tonight? Fine. Bully away. You know what, fair. Honestly, most of the things that have made the Longship stay have been you lot bullying me in the right ways. Okay. So, welcome to the valley. We're in the valley. We are here in the port. The beach villa here in the center is a mosh pit of murder. Now, depending on when we go in, if all the cool players have gone in and fucking murdered each other, we can just go in and take their shit from their corpses. We take whatever's left. This mode allows you to play as one of the, like, NPC enemies. And that's what we're currently doing. We have shit all gear, shit all agency, but we get to have fun with it.
Chat, can you believe that Will actually asked if we're bullying him?
Chat, are we cooked? Will doesn't know that we're bullying him. About to stab this guy in the neck. You can kill NPCs as an NPC, but then they will suddenly be not your friend. So when I do this, the other local NPCs are now not my homies. Steal his jacket, steal his backpack. Fred, I mean, I'm not going to say no. Okie dokie. No, seriously, everybody, thank you. I have definitely been more concerned of late with what games I'm playing and what games you're all enjoying, because times are much, much tougher than they were, you know, back in the heyday of the Longship. And I'm not always coping great, so I just want to make sure that I'm doing right by, you know... Shut up, mate. Ooh! Dude. John Wick! with everything going on, I just want to make sure that I'm not taking you all for granted. Games like this kind of... I'll always enjoy games like this because, you know, like so many of us, I grew up on shooters, and I think it's even calling them shooters feels disingenuous, right? Like, back in the day, it was a Doom-like. I still remember reading this one PC Gamer article about how Half-Life had this thing called reloading, where you had to take a magazine out of a gun and put it back in so that you could keep shooting. Revolutionary shit. Oh, shit, I've got a games console. Okay, new plan. Let's not fuck around and let's get this game console out. See if these lads have anything useful. A universal key as well? His vest's better than my vest. All of his shit's better than mine. Jesus. Ah, pool. The tippity-tappity footsteps there may have been an NPC who wants my my teeth to collect. Or I'm in trouble. Fine, I'm just gonna get this games console out. Well, no, so there were a lot of games that had the concept of reloading. Famously, there was a total conversion mod for Unreal Tournament that added realistic magazines, which was fucking revolutionary at the time. I.e., every magazine in your inventory has a certain amount of bullets in it. Oh, I don't like that noise. Oh, is this where I die? Is this where I'm a loot goblin for others? And it broke people's brains, the idea that if you shot 4 bullets out of a magazine and then swapped it out, the next magazine would be sub 4 bullets. God, I'm about to catch a bullet to the noggin. Yeah. So the Half-Life philosophy that led into a lot of other games was just like, reload just reloads what's in your magazine. Because it was statistically easier to do. Oh. Ah, sorry, mate. You actually didn't need to die. Oh, he was a person. Well, he's dead. That was a real person who was looking at me and didn't kill me, even though he probably fucking shoulda. Oh well, mate. That would have been the smart thing to do, but he didn't do that. All right. We're heading for here, so we're gonna avoid Murder Alley so we can get our cheeky console home. I don't actually need it for cash, but if you get enough consoles together and you get enough cartridges together, you can display it in your house. Yeah, there were some games that had magazine refilling and combining and stuff like that, but for the most part, quote-unquote realistic guns in games were just, you know, Doom sprites that looked like things. There was a Vietnam game that had, like, M16s and shit rather than, like, non-copyright infringing sci-fi guns. But it was literally just like, oh, your gun has 400 bullets. Shoot until they're all gone. I don't know if I said we weren't playing horror games, but Little Fire is playing their own game, which is scared the piss out of me. If you didn't see, Little Fire was just above Kelsey and Bonio, with peak Mr. Flibble's energy. Okay, so he's an NPC. I'm actually not going to gun him down, because other players who come through might shoot him before they shoot me. I do feel that if they really tried, they could make quite a fun, like, you know, detect the imposter mode. I was going to be more blasé this run, but then we got goodies, and now I don't want to lose those goodies. Yeah, reloading magazines and bullets. Now, at this point in the extraction shooter, things have gotten complex. So, like, in this game, you can have a magazine that's partially full of one kind of bullet, then the other, and then whatever you've clipped into it. Now, users won't tend to do that, and that tends to happen very rarely, but it can. Yeah. He thought I was another NPC. He looked me in the face, and his hesitation cost him his life. Technically, scavs don't need to kill each other, but in this game, you actually don't need to kill each other to succeed. However, murdering other people is the fastest way to make cash. It creates this kind of, like, incentivized murder. It was an interesting thing from DayZ's early days that DayZ, the zombie mod, was originally designed to be a cooperative mod inside of Arma where you fought zombie hordes. The whole thing about killing other people was never incentivized in the game, but it became standard practice because you don't know what the other person has and they don't know what you have. But if you blap them, you don't have to worry. Now, I don't personally believe in the... that is exactly what humans would do given every situation. But it is fucking fascinating. Yeah. Well, and so Numbers, what's really interesting is I remember having a conversation with Ket years ago about what purpose does ammunition serve in modern video games, right? In an RPG, their purpose is almost to limit how much you can be in engagements. The big, cool guns that shoot people and they die instantly would have the heaviest or most limited ammo, so you're... Oh, someone's been through here. Now, here's the question. Did they come through here this way or the other way? Well, if I catch a gun to the noggin, you'll know. My character doesn't have headphones, so I can't hear other players as well. Da, 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 da. See if there's any good drugs. Now, the only problem is that this universal key I got, that will open any door in the map, but only in the map. It's designed to incentivize people to, you know, to go hard, essentially. Which I do really appreciate. Because, see, Fred, this is one of the problems... I shouldn't say problems. Like, we all have our quirks. I'm sorry that you suffer from vertigo and stuff like that. But you know what's fascinating? Extraction shooter design is board game design. The only difference is you don't have to design the mechanics of the interaction. The players do that themselves. They shoot each other. You have to design the world and incentivize conflict without railroading. Right? Like, provide areas of high loot and stuff like that. Reasons for betrayals and the ilk. And it's so fascinating. Hell, if someone can combine battle royales and extraction shooters in this idea that everyone always spawns in with the same character and then you choose when you leave, that game is going to make mad fucking bank. Because the downside of extraction shooters is the downside of like playing standard Magic the Gathering, that you could sit down at the table and the other person is just better cards than you. But that's kind of the point where the realism ends up being, well, a bit of pain in the ruddy arse, if we're being honest. Is there anything else? Oh, we'll take painkillers. Save me a few bob later. One of the other features is like when you're scavving, you can just sell it all for a few quid. Keep the stuff that you got that you like, sell the rest for as cheap as. Hey, Caffeine, have a lovely rest of your evening, mate. And like I hope you had a good evening. I'm sorry I haven't been able to get you hooked on this so I can bully you into staying up late with me. Oh, I'm glad. Because, like, the whole thing with the game club, like, they asked us to be their first partner streamer, their first kind of outreach thing, and that's rad as shit. But, like, what does that mean, and what does that end up looking like, you know? God. Also, the problem is I've got 2 missions, and they're both in the spiciest. They're both in the spiciest part of the fucking game. But all of my stuff is weirdly expensive, so. Oh, I gotta pee again, darn it. Oh, this is my little stubby sniper rifle. It's called the Short King. Fred, you just want to watch me get shredded. That being told, that's entirely fair. Because I can't get Nando's in Seattle. Although Nova did send in the medium peri-peri sauce. Okay, Fred. Like, apropos of nothing, Nando's peri-peri sauce with veggie spring rolls, fucking choice. It's fucking choice. Okay, I'm gonna pee real quick. Let me put on some more ambient soft banter, and I'll be back in just a second. Thank you for waiting. Sorry about that. I just need to go get my ass killed. I need to go into Armory, get murdered, get entirely murdered. That way, I don't have to worry about losing all this gear. Well, one of the things that is still frustrating about video games as an industry is, like, a game like this is expensive to make. You need a big team, you need lots of people, from gameplay programmers to the ilk. And I really want to start doing interesting shit with this. Like, if you just joined us, we spent pretty much most of the evening talking about 24 Killers, the indie game. And that game slaps. I'm really fucking glad we played it. But the thing that strikes me is I want to be able to tell stories that involve a level of complexity in terms of mechanics, in terms of gameplay, and I don't get that. Oh, Johnny, sleep well. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you. Oh, and if any of you stumble upon the multi-millions over the weekend, feel free to throw some here. There's a griddle I'm looking at. Sorry, we have so much food. We did not break the bank for our Thanksgiving feast, but it was a feast. Ah, boo. Scotty, didn't they know it's supposed to have been you? Like, don't they get that it was supposed to be you winning? I sent them a text and everything, Scotty. Okay, I've got a team with me. I didn't mean to, but we'll see how it goes. Oh god, they're all going in different directions. Okay. Oh, we're super fucked. Well, it's been a good run. It's alright, I brought a sniper rifle, so... Brought a sniper rifle to a gunfight, so... To turn it up so I can... I don't have angle on them. We'll see if they do something stupid. That beepity beep beep was them trying to open a treasure chest. My Shooty Gunbang nonsense was trying to stop them from opening that. Alright. I have to calm my proverbial nonsense. Anyway, at least two of the people on this team know what they're doing. I've actually had surprisingly good interactions with pugs on this, but it does kind of reinforce my personal philosophy around the less communication players can have with each other, the kinder they will be. But that's a conversation for another time. I'm going to steal a cheap gun so I'm not using my good bullets on dinguses. Or dingai, as I believe they're referred to in Australia. Oh, wow, it's just all bad. Okay. Oh, you know what, Scotty? I might have sent the Scotty should win to the old email address, not the new @everyone address. That was probably my mistake. Yeah. And yeah, the consent to voice comms is such an important thing. I really wish it was taken more standard, but it is really entertaining because, like, sorry, I'm trying to carry on a cohesive thought and do battle with these numpties. There's this thing in in COD, where you can hear a person's dying words as you take them out. Or if you assassinate them, they hear yours. Which is extremely powerful. Okay, whoever this person is, they are a murder machine, and I am glad they're on my team and I'm not facing them. Because they scare me. And I feel that I would slow them down if I were closer. I actually have 2 missions up this way, which I'm going to do those now. I don't know, like, I don't think Null's still lurking, and because I don't like putting homies on the spot, you know what I mean? Ooh, you are a player. The Blackout Club was interesting because it put players in a state of RP where, like, toxic communication could have had them basically taken off, air quotes, the roster, right? Now, the Blackout Club's... Because the Blackout Club's entire raison d'etre, roleplay and experiences in that space, they were the reward. It is actually up there. Don't make me go up the fucking ladder. God damn it, game. Okay, we're good. Even if I catch a bullet in the teeth now, I've done well. And whoever that is, they're not coming. And I do wonder if you could create that same kind of RP and things like this. Well, that's spicy. Sorry, I keep interrupting it. Yeah. Well, I also wonder if you could create a system where the players were only communicating through very specific means. If you could create a kind of like a a system of bargaining and discussing. You know? I've done 2 of the missions I need to do, so I'm pushing on towards my nameless teammates. Trying not to get myself killed in the process, which is easier said than done. I think the limited communication systems, especially... Ah, they're all NPCs. But I think those limited communication systems in things like Dark Souls are great. Now, people will always find ways to grief each other. Fuck. Ah, well. And so ends my... I think Killer's gonna try and save me. Really? Hand grenade? Alright, I want to see how Killer does, because they were going out of their way to save me, and they did not need to do that. Okay. Not... Okay, this is Killer, who really was trying to come and get me, which I really appreciate. There wasn't a way for games like DayZ to create a communication system, but I think there could be. The problem with a lot of games like this is that the time between interaction with player and bullets exchanged is very quick. There's no time to have like a full engage. Christian and I talked about this system in a concept we had where we wanted to do, admittedly it was a battle royale, not an extraction shooter, because extraction shooters weren't a thing at the time, but we wanted to use... Fuck. Alright. We wanted to use battle royales to tell a story, and we wanted this idea that teams could bargain with each other, but also NPC entities could offer you bribes and things like that. See, you know what? I can't even blame Javier for bugging out. Okay. We'll just go back to results. See, there's a couple of things that this game does which are very, very interesting. One of them is it'll occasionally give you, like I said, those universal keys, and that prompts you to go to the spiciest point on the map to get some real goodies, right? So what that does is it gives you something that was outside of your initial planning, outside of your initial scheming, that leads you...
Now I understand.
Yeah, okay.
We just received new orders from the colonel.
Eliminate 8 operators in armory.
Follow your orders.
Jesus, I'm already trying to kill.
Difficult, but don't let your guard.
All right, time to burn through every piece of cash we have in armory. But yeah, so adding the... In this game, this adds like extra elements that might push you to go into places you wouldn't otherwise, rather than it just being around like knowledge. Yeah, God, Scotty, what happened to Frankie in that? He did a great job of creating those like Daisy almost like episodes, which was really cool. But something struck me that he might be a bit of a knob end. Like, you know, when you can't back up your feelings on a person, but there's a part of you that's like, I know something's off. But things like Daisy and stuff like that, of creating situations where mutual communication could happen, doesn't suck. I don't know. I guess I'm one of those people that feels like roleplay exists inside. Roleplay tends to pop forth at its best inside constrictions, not through freedom of communication, but through limitation of communication. He qualified as a lawyer, got busy, moved to South Africa? God. Man, Scotty, when's someone gonna do a fucking documentary on, like, not DayZ, but the DayZ culture, you know? Because here's the thing, like, both you and I were affected by that. All right, sorry to the rest of you. I don't mean to turn this into a Will and Scotty-centric conversation, but the thing you have to understand is, like, I was working at the Creative Assembly when I met Fred and Emily, who used to stream together under Fremily before they split up. They were both really cool to me. And this was 2013, this was Gamescom, and before they got together, they had both been streamers streaming DayZ mod before its commercial success. They'd also been streaming a lot of the Battle Royale mod that Brendan worked on back in the day. So they were part of a clique that would end up being a large part of like the early Twitch ecosystem. Yes, I do have that many cups. No, I will not be apologizing. I met them at a CCP, like the EVE Online Creators Party at Gamescom in Germany. Which was a drinking contest. Do you want to just go blow a bunch of, like, expensive kit? Alright. Arasaka style, let's go. Oh shit, that's the good stuff. Alright. We're going back to Armory, and I'm about to get killed expensively. Watasaurus, what unwelcome. But yeah, I would really like someone to do a like YouTube deep dive or documentary on DayZ. Aww. Numbers, you've got to stop being nice to me, otherwise people are going to start thinking that you'll don't rip the shit out of me. I'll lose my cred as a streamer if they find out you lot actually like me. No, I do this thing sometimes in games like this where I hoard good kit, and I need to not do that. But yeah, so DayZ, if you don't...
Stop starving the nuggets.
There we go. Numbers, they're eating so good since the vet visit, because the vet said then they're not overweight. Cleo's slightly heavier than the baseline average, but is doing good, and for her age, she's doing great. Sorry, this is apropos of nothing. I promise to go back to DayZ and then go back to this. But they've had a change in their diet, so I have a recommended list of things they need to eat, and all of it is stuff that they fucking love. Oh, and Numbers, you took the Yaldum. What will you do with this? So, like, Cleo and Diva currently have a diet of fresh romaine hearts, bell peppers, not red, but orange and maybe green. And you know what, Numbers? I'd like that. Like, life keeps kicking my ass. but we will work out. Oh yes, you're dissembling. Oh yeah, I get no hearing with this. Let's fucking go. God, when your Arasaka friend goes out with his fucking. You know what? I'm gonna take a shitey backpack, and we'll go from there. Oh, because you can't equip anything with this helmet, so fuck it. What's this game? Extreme Dartmoor Simulation. I do have that. Camping gear for days. Although, God, okay, let me finish these threads. I'm going to try and resolve the stack as best I can. So one, if you do actually like the idea of a camping simulator, please check out Brendan's new game, which has the worst fucking title. It's like Go Way Back Prologue. But it's a orienteering and camping game. No zombies, no nonsense, just procedurally generated environments, and it's good. It's really good. The DayZ stack was that one of the reasons that I'm even sitting here in front of you is because the individuals I mentioned earlier, Fred and Emily, taught me how to stream. Like, they literally came to the Creative Assembly to teach me and Craig how to do it. And then when I got offered the job to work for extra credits, they were the ones who were like, all right, Will, your job will be to make sure the stream succeeds. Here's what you have to do. Like, we went out for dinner and talked about it. Yes, Wallosaurus, that's Brendan's new one. And I really appreciate it. He also has been smack talking Krafton, even though they own PUBG. And you'll notice that under the publisher, it's still Player Unknown Productions, which means, touch wood, he's publishing under his own Steam. Sorry, I noticed that Little Fire wasn't obliterating blokes on the internet in the other room. Went to check messages just in case something was going on, and they've made a heavy machine gun that's just covered in bacon skin. Read into that how you will. But anyway, sorry, jumping back. DayZ was such a big part of my whole industry life. Like, Brian Hicks was a fucking homie for a long time. So Scotty, Brian Hicks actually lives out this way, but he's had a kid. And, like, I don't want to bug him because, like, he's doing his stuff. But, like, it makes me real happy to know that he's doing good. Yeah, so he's basically made a zombie game with no zombies. It's a survival game where the weather can be more unpredictable than life, but but it seems like it's got the spark, and I really hope it does good. Yeah, and Dean basically kind of kept like a squad of folks around. For those who don't know, I worked for Dean Hall, who was the bloke who made the DayZ mod, and that's how I got to know Brendan Green and a bunch of other folks. And that was because I was such a fan of DayZ that when Rezzed came along, back when Dean had no money, We hang out with him and a bunch of his crew at EGX Resd. And, you know. Yeah. So Wallosaurus, the one that gets me is there's a gentleman who does camping cooking videos. And it's not the want to camp. Hang on, let me get some 24 killers going because we can at least... I know we're not talking about 24 killers anymore, but this fucking soundtrack, so good. There's a gentleman that does camping cooking videos, which is him, his little campsite and his knife. And he'll even like find a piece of like rock. She's probably brought with him, but wash it and cook it from there. I love those because they show me that even with dog shit tools, I could still cook good. On some days I need that. Anyway, this is some fancy kit. All of the skins are mine. I'll get those back. The stuff that the skins are on, I'm about to lose because I'm going to play very incoherently. But you know, so my original thought was that I'd like a documentary on DayZ because it actually changed so many careers. Yeah, and Scotty, like, I haven't hung out with Brendan in, like, since I worked at Rocketworks, but you know what was funny is that, one, he was never a dickhead, and two, he always knew when someone was a bell end. So, like, I invited him to come to Improbable to see their tech, and the Improbable folks treated him like he was an idiot. They treated him like because at the time, he wasn't rocking a massive budget, so they treated him like he was like I don't know, fucking nobody. And he sensed it, and he didn't snap at them, he didn't treat them poorly, but at that point, he was already talking to Bluehole, so he knew what was about to happen. My point being is that all the times I hung out with him, neither success nor failure made him bitter or mean. Oh, I didn't buy any extra bullets, piss! Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna stick with these guys, because they either need to die, so I can take their stuff. Oh, he's got a maul katana. We're so fucked. Oh, we're so fucked. Alright. I either need to take their guns or outlive them. Bullets optional, right? I knew I was fucking... I knew I was trying to remember to do something. I'm literally that kid in class who's like, would be great if he just focused. Oh, I'm taking that coffee, though. If either of you two dies, I'm taking your gun and everything you own. But yeah. The thing that I thought was really interesting was, like, getting drunk with Brendan. He talked a lot about trying to create things that emulated the Battle Royale film. The inspiration for the Battle Royale genre is the movie. That's not coincidental. Right? And he wants to create things that would be evocative of that. The problem is, Battle Royale the movie is about, like, childhood turned up to 11. Childhood crushes, childhood grudges and rivalries, but then with an added level of lethality to keep the whole thing going. You know? It is actually kind of fascinating when you stop and look at Squid Games and things that have come since. Oh, mate, I don't even know why I'm trying to hear stuff. Actually, the book came first, then the movie, then the manga. The manga is hyper-violent, and looking back on it now, I do think that the manga of Battle Royale revels in its grossness. I think that the teacher character in Battle Royale, the manga, I don't know. He's kind of... I don't know. He's a monster on a level that I don't think makes as much sense as... what's his face? Beat Takeshi's character. Because Beat Takeshi's character, he isn't creepy. He does love that one particular character, but in a properly paternal way. Not in a way that makes me go, yeah, I kind of wish I hadn't read this. Alright. I think I'm part of a pre-constructed group, because these folks seem to know what the fuck they're doing. So... Oh, this gun sucks. Yeah, I see you. You better not die me, mate. Home slice. Oh, your body flew up into the stars. We will always appreciate your brave and noble sacrifice. If anyone comes to loot your corpse, I have a terrible gun that won't do us any good. Time for drugs. Anyway, you don't need my opinions on Battle Royale the manga. God, I said manga instead of manga. Alright. I think that means I've officially climatized. Okay, so the guy who ran out there, he got shot by two blokes. He probably could have handled it if he'd been a little less blasé. He didn't have Little Fire's penchant for chaotic murder. They hit me, but they weren't rocking anything awesome. Now, the other team know that we know that he's dead. They're not looting his corpse. Now, if they're smart, they've gone somewhere else. But as we know... But do they know that he knows that we know that they're dead? Oh, so one fun fact about this game, whatever you take from a teammate's corpse and extract with, they'll just get back. There's no insurance in this game. Like, it doesn't do that thing where it's like, oh, if you pay... Oh, we're in trouble. Oh, I'm fucked. There was a person next to me. She did a diving maneuver. She's dead now. Oh well, better drink some twisted iced tea about it. they come. Here comes me death. Wow, the recoil on this sucks. Oh! That man is very dead. Is he by himself? No, he was a solo. My friends are dead. Unfortunately, I will say, in this game, the VSS is not the best. Under the VS estimate, watch me take a fucking bolt to the face. Definitely take your drugs though. Use. And this was my teammate who had shit all. Fuck! So long. Goodbye. I caught bullets with my noggin. I probably shouldn't have done that. Scotty, history is written by the victors, and it's only panic fire if it comes from the panic region of France. Otherwise, it's sparkling anxiety. Oh, God, the VSS sucks. Oh, okay, apart from Squeezy, everyone here was a dingus. God, no wonder we got wrecked. Alright, well. I have to go back into that same arena as well. Yeah, I mean, Numbers, you know as well as I do, what happened there was I got greedy. I got the stuff. I could have just left. I could have just left. But I didn't. Because I'm a fool! Okay. Oh, sparkling anxiety. Numbers was, oh, it's talking about your one-liner. I wasn't watching your gameplay. I assumed it was bad. It wasn't disastrous, I'll say that much. You're my second screen! I can't be expected to watch all the time. I mean, Numbers, I need to be doing interesting things all the time to be deserved of first screen. Like I said, sometimes I'm on the big telly. Okay. I think we're going to do this wonderful monstrosity next. Scotty, one of these days, I'm going to have my default Twitch viewing TV. I'm going to turn it into the I'm going to turn it into my, like, default nonsense machine. Okay. So we're taking this SKS, and we're going to take my favorite little sidekick. But yeah, so Scotty, I've got an old, like, coaxial, like, twisty cable telly in the other room. Jess did hook it up to Bloodborne, which was fucking cool. Oh, I can afford a headset. We want sound. We want noise reduction, strong, sound pickup, medium. Because the annoying thing is, we got to keep running around in that area we just were. So, all my missions are there. So, all right, SKS. Grenade for good measure. Okay. Loading all my bullets from my back pocket. There's actually something mildly disconcerting about using the 24 Killers soundtrack for this. Like... Okay. Yeah, I mean, Scotty, the difference between PAL and NTSC has been my fucking nightmare. I'm still hoping that I can find something to convert my old Super 8 tapes. I love the visual style of it. Like, I do really want to start doing more YouTube stuff. I really do. And I know it's a question of hours in a day rather than, like, creative stuff. But, like... I want to make a video about the EG Zone and how the EG Zone should be one of the biggest games on Twitch. The fact that it's not is because they biffed their launch so hard. I want to make that video about Wanted Dead because, like, Wanted Dead is such a story of hope, not misery. I don't know. It's always hard to tell whether you're inspired or envious of people sometimes when it comes to creative output. Am I inspired to make movies like... make YouTube videos like Movies with Mikey and Dan Olsen? Or do I just want to... Do I want what they have, or do I want to make stuff that makes me feel the same way? And you'll never know until you actually do it, right? Oh god, I'm with babies. Oh god. Yeah, nah. You kids can go get yourself fucking killed. You ran into that, mate. Don't tag where they are. No one fucking knows. Thank you. Everyone else in my team is dead. They're all dead except for me. Every other person I work with. Oh my god. Thank you? Milky bars are on me? Jesus. Their armor alone is worth quite a lot of money. Alright, well, let's see what my my resident babies were bringing with them. Fucking nothing. Alright. I'm taking your snacks. I'm taking your snacks. Ooh, taking the fancy bullets, though. Oh, I guess they can have them back. Where the fuck did Dave Matthews go? I don't actually think he was called Dave Matthews, but I will be calling him Dave Matthews Band. Scotty, it's only a prison pocket if you're not free in your heart. It's half of the fucking bullets. I mean, shit. Like, I was gonna do some kung fu and stuff, but friends, I think we can just go to Chili's. Assuming I don't get myself fucking murdered. Scotty, I've never been able to ban someone called Dave Matthews, but I like to imagine it'd be very satisfying. Okay, what was I talking about prior with, like, Daisy Battle Royale stuff? Because I feel that I lost it. I think what I was trying to say is that Daisy had a high... Okay, firstly, whoever you are, fuck off. Daisy had a high possibility for roleplay that I think could have been utilized better. And I don't think I'm wrong for saying that. But that wasn't... Like, Daisy wasn't made with an intent. Oh. Aye. Oh, wait, I didn't take the deagle, so why am I taking the fucking deagle rounds? Fool. A fool is I. Alright, so how the fuck are we going to get out of here? Got 8 minutes to wait. I don't care enough to help those folks. So I guess it's, once again, welcome to In the Nest with Will. Already killed my player. My fucking babies got themselves killed. How are you? Scotty, the only thing I can tell you about Dave Matthews is that he was part of Dave Matthews Band and that they poured shit on a Boston River once. That is it. That is the only thing I can tell you about them. Okay, and here's where we hang for the next, like, 5 minutes. Oh. I just, like Scotty, money no question. I'd love to make more games that have hyper-realistic guns, but tell stories that aren't Hey! The myth, the gremlin legend, the littlest of fire. How goes it? So Little Fire, thank you for bringing the squad over. Since we've switched from arty-farty nonsense to Shooty Gunbang, I got my ass handed to me. Your hands hurt? Like from breaking men over your knee, Bane style? Lifting them above your head and being like, ah, you think you were molded by the Shooty Gunbang. I was born... BAM! Well, Little Fire, feel free to come on in and join. Like, if you want to play some Pass the Pad, I just stole this gun that's worth nearly $1 million. In this round, I didn't turn off auto matching, so I got matched with 2 people. They were both babies. They ran the wrong way and got themselves killed. And the person fighting them, I guess, assumed that no one else was there, so I gunned them down. Anyway, if any of Little Fire's crew aren't familiar with my dumb self, hi, I'm Will. I love talking about weird, artistic indie games and games industry and whatnot. But I also have a penchant for Shooty Gunbang, i.e. Arena Breakout this evening. We spent a lot of today talking about some super arty video games. If you want to talk about it, it's fine. Little Fire is also in the other room, and I hope will come hang if they fancy it. Yes, I am hiding in a corner right now, because in 5 minutes I'm taking the secret passage. Lol. Yeah, and to my lot, like, I mean, shit, is there anybody here who's not following Little Fire already? Please change that. We were talking about DayZ and Shooty Gunbang games and how, like, I'd love to make a game like this that does weird, fucked up shit as well. I would love to be able to create something that's round-based, but has the potential to scare the fuck out of you. That has the potential to do something super weird. Exactly, Fearless. Exactly. Fearless, did you ever get into this? Because at the moment I've got to keep running Armory for kills. So I found this gold and this block. Thanks to Slick Rick for donating me a shit ton of ammo. Oh, okay. The rain is good. The rain muffles footsteps and is the best time to move around in open environments. Assuming I don't get my metaphorical tits shot off. See, Armory is one of those maps where everybody goes to one specific mosh pit to fight. Which means, usually, if you're not in the mosh, you're safe. But because everybody knows that the non-mosh is safe, it... Oh, wait, no, it's not cassettes I want. I want games consoles and I want coffee cups. But yeah. I mean, Scotty, that kind of stuff could work. I feel like this sort of round-based session, this was what, this is what Eve kind of wanted to create with Valkyrie, because they were never going to be able to make something like PlanetSide, right? There was never going to be a time where the Eve shooter was going to be an always online, like every battle is a persistent battlefield. Too many spaces. Too many spaceports. But I think the idea of rounds and battles and stuff like that could have been done very well in that. Because then that's the other missing element to an extraction shooter, right? Like, if this match that we were in, even though it's an identical map, it had special value because a player at a higher level or a corporation of players were offering us more cash, that would be fucking cool. God, this so... Sir. Do not run the mythical mouth until one has survived. But I do think you could create a game where you had something like this, where there is another tier of players above who are offering things, or the developers could tweak whatever's happening. They could offer extra rewards or mess with things, give it that sense of a living environment. Like, Helldivers 2 has done such a great job of creating this feeling of a living world, right? And it does that predominantly through those... Okay, yeah, we're closing that. Ooh. Oh! I don't care about honor as much as I care about video games. If I die, we get to keep the games console. But I do think... Sorry, I do think that one of... Oh. That Helldivers 2's like strengths is that this narrative enforces a reason to go to places for... Even though there are only a handful of maps, right? Yeah. It has the feel that Starship Troopers... Well, the Starship Troopers games should have. A lot of the Starship Troopers games aren't bad, but they're based on kind of the propaganda-y bits, not the full vibe. Does that make a weird sense? Alright. Now, do we go overground or underground? Despite my ginger coloration, I'm actually not pro-Womble. I'm sorry if this is how you had to find out. My name's Willoverguard, and I do not support Wombling free. The Wombles of Wimbledon Common... They can eat shit. I'm just gonna say it. Alright, there's no way no one's got this. We're 18 minutes in. Yeah, this has all been hit. Okay, so we just need to make it to the exit, which is there. We're very heavy on our feet, though. Ooh. No one will clip anything of this mission because I won super good. I killed someone way better than me, and no one will ever remember. That's my Bryan Adams ballad right there. Remember what? Ka-ching. Doesn't say anything. Yeah, okay, look at these dingleberries. Hello. My name's unpronounceable username, and I'm going to bring an SMG and good vibes. Those will protect me from... Oh, no! I appear to have been shot in the face. Well, my name's Other Bloke, and I'm also going to bring good vibes with me. I'm totally going to... Oh, no! I have also been killed. Anyway, they ran the wrong way. Okay. I guess we'll keep going with this build. I'm not... do I like this? I mean, they are nice bullets. But I would... See, I'm not... This isn't my style. You know, it's quite Ghost in the Shell, but that's not how we roll in today. So we'll sell that for a quick buck in a sec. Shoot him at Gunbang, meet face McBullet hole. Whoopah! The problem is, for as much as I like smack talking in games like this, I'm acutely aware of the fact that I would probably end up sounding less like cool John Wick and more like, you know, bad Austin Powers impersonator, should I choose to talk smack. You know, this is something that I have to, you know, live with the knowledge of. Okay. Loving the grenades, though. Extra grenade for fun. Why not? Okay. Problem is, we do need to go back to the same spot.
Don't take Facey Mac Bullet's hole on any stealth missions. He whistles when he runs.
Bravo, Scotty, bravo. I worked with a gentleman that could do a perfect, and I do mean perfect, pitch perfect impression of the funny to the point I'm not proud of admitting show Assy McGee, a show about a hard-boiled detective who was also a talking pair of buttocks. And he would weaponize this to make me laugh just before, like, meetings or things where I had to be at least vaguely pretending professional. Fred, I wish I was making this up. Assy McGee was a real TV show about a hard-boiled detective who's just a pair of talking buttocks. He wears socks with those, like, sock suspenders. How he fires a gun, I will never know, or even reloads it. Mildly frightening. So here's the thing, friends.
Follow your orders.
The mission isn't that difficult, but don't let your guard down.
Yeah, I've just got to keep running armory. I want to go to Northridge. How's he fire that gun? You don't want to know. And Scotty, seriously, thank you for the bits. Like, thank you all. I have been in my own head a lot more recently than I have been in a long time. And let you lot continue to be fucking lovely. And I'm sure it's, God, probably becoming like a mildly obnoxious repeat of how much I talk about it. But I also think about it constantly, so. So, Nia, thank you for being awesome. Shush. Yeah, that was some cohesive thoughts I put forward there. Go me. God. It's always disconcerting when you work with somebody who can do a perfect impression of something. Verdon, I don't think it's Kachow time. Like, what I'm probably going to do for the VOD for this is I'm going to block off the 24 Killers bit, do that as a highlight, and then export that over onto YouTube. But, like, I got super in my own head earlier about what tonight should be and what should be streaming, and I forgot the key adage of just, like, it's okay to have fun some nights with your homies, even if it's not the most bombastic of streams. There's this incredibly intelligent, gorgeous individual who reminded me of that earlier, but she's super cool and you all wouldn't know her. Nova pretends to be surprised just for Will. Thank you, Nova. Well, it's not like I don't have fun when we're doing indie shit. It's just, you know, I also know that with games like this, they don't always lead to a grand narrative, especially when you're dealing with somebody like me who's not the most excitable player. You watch Littlefire play this, you get to watch a gremlin murder 7 men in a way that they will never understand. Okay. Now, these two seem to know what they're doing. God. Okay, so he's hit the switch to get us in. So it looks like we're going into the spicy place. Okay. And our other friend is out doing cool kid stuff, and that's okay. Win, lose, or draw, this is going to be a spicy run. So basically, these 3 players have decided we're going into here, the armory, which is the bloodbath. It's going to be a fight. Now, is this a place that someone should take a snipper riffle? No, but I put this on it, so we'll see how it goes. It is. It is a nice in-between. And the thing is, like, for the most part, unlike a lot of these folks, I'm not actually here trying to make the most amount of cash. But if I happen to make a buttload of cash, I'm not going to complain.
There's an right on.
Who was that? No, no talking. Oh, none of that. But it is worth noting that other players will know that we are here. Sir. Okay. Time to regroup with the numpties. Well, actually, no. The numpties would be us if we were a squad.
And me? Or no?
God darn it. I don't know who is talking. I can't mute them. Oh, that's bad.
Where's that?
Jet Li. Sorry, Jet Li. Nothing personal. Can't risk Game Awards. You're right, having the Game Awards pop up randomly would suck. But I'm pretty sure Keeley got that as an unlock. Ooh. So, one of the fun features about this is that he has the key, which means he gets first dibs on the places that he opened. But whatever he leaves, I get to steal, which I will assume was not much. Look, I'm not above getting some expensive leftovers, you know what I mean? It's my entire Thanksgiving plan. I will say, we'll probably do a crossover, like, Game Awards stream. Alright, they've all gone downstairs, which means they know what's up. Oh. He's not going to be in Arena Breakout 2. Alright, well, let's... Even if we die, let's make sure these dingleberries have a way out. Where is it? Around here, bloody somewhere. Ah, here we go. Time to get shot in the face. There's a goodie bag right in the middle here, and it is always a bad idea. I'm going for it anyway. It was not worth it. I risked my life for fuck all. Fuck with a side of all. Yeah, basically, that switch that I hit allows you to leave from here in 100 minutes, in 100 seconds, which is fine. You know, it's not the coolest way to end a mission, but honestly, oh. Wait, am I being a massive coward? I mean, the exit is right here, but Scotty... What if I'm the problem? You're right. I don't need to end a mission cool. I can... Apparently everybody else in this mission has decided that we were the scary people and that we should be avoided at all cost. I guess we win? Question mark? Numbers, I did see the Sailor Moon abridged. Part of me's kind of jelly. Just because it was rad as hell. I don't have the writing chops to do an abridged series myself, but you know, this is a team that probably could have murdered a lot of people if a lot of people had come to fight us. Yeah, you know, calling that one a pie run when it's... I am going to have to sell this nonsense now. But look who's got another virtual pet. It's me. All right. Well, whatever happens next, we have to vendor a lot of nonsense. Okay. So, yeah, bear with me while I sell the everythings. It's just... It's not my gun. Oh god, alright, well Scotty, go get some sleep, friend. You know, don't stay up on my account. It's good to see you, mate. Like, thank you for chucking in. I hope you're doing splendid. And I know I didn't really finish a cohesive thought, but it's nice to be able to talk about like the old DayZ days. Because there aren't many folks left, you know, and not all folks remember the old words. Some days it feels a little, what would be the term, Gandalfish. It's not even that it's a nostalgia trip. Like, there are games that were nostalgia-esque. It's just that was something that was such a crux for Twitch and YouTube and content creators that it doesn't really get discussed. Because it's like DayZ wasn't esports. It wasn't something that was already part of a huge community. But it was one of those things that was evocative. Every streamer story, every YouTube adventure could be, you know, a tale of legend. Like, that's fucking cool. That's the kind of thing that you really hope for from a stream. Or at least I do. Then again, I guess I'm a bit of a loony. Oh. All right, friends. Whatever happens next, I need to nip to loo, so I'll be back with your lovely self in a second. I was going to put on the 24 Killers soundtrack, as incredible as it is, but I feel like if I do, one or more of us will fall asleep. So, hold that thought. I'll be back in just a sec. For it, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it? No, I was going to make a break for it, and then I found out that the chair is actually not contractually obliged to handle all of my nonsense, which I think frankly is ridiculous. How was your stream? How are you doing? Tell me your tales, friends. We had a book club video game thing this evening for 24 Killers. It was really good. Then I kind of had like a bit of a divide by zero brain moment, trying to decide what to do after, and Little Fire and the Longship were like, hey Will, stop being a dingus, play something you wanna for a bit. And I know this isn't the most rampantly exciting of titles, but I'm really enjoying this. I'm having a good time with it. If you haven't seen it, this is Arena Breakout. It's an extraction shooter. It's good. I like it. Did Top Ride speedruns. Okay, I feel like being a mild dingus with not knowing what Top Ride is.
The mission isn't that difficult.
God, I just need to camp. Indeed. It's like Super Breakout, but with the homies. Oh, you know what? In my heart of hearts, I thought it might be Kirby Air Riders. It's when you ride on top. Oh my. On Twitch? I'm sure they have rules against that. But yeah, I hope you had a good night. I hope I can get more people together for Game Club next month. Because, like, we had a good time. Streaming the game was cool, talking about the game was cool, but I will say that there's a part of me that's kind of a little worried that tonight was just Will on a soapbox, just going blah, 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 blah. Which, alright, there's a lot of streams where I do over talk, but I was really hoping to hear more different POVs from 24 Killers. And like, Little Fire and I had a great conversation about it before stream, and Yeti had loads of like opinions and good times on it. But oh god, he's barely playing. Oh no. Well, in this game, I'll be demonstrating how to die very quickly in Arena Breakout. It's the Kane from Bloodborne. My favourite character. There you go, mate. It's not so much like a room to improve thing. It's just... So, we played 24 Killers, which is exceptional. And 24 Killers is the kind of game that really inspires conversation. Because it's not really, oh god, like a lot of other things. It's been really hard to find like good cohesive breakdowns of it, because as a game it slaps, but a lot of the time the conversations around it keep getting bogged down into, well, because it's like retro game X, we can only talk about it around that, and that gets a tad, I don't want to say frustrating, I don't want to say difficult. I don't have a good descriptor for it, you know? Only the... It's bone. Oh, NPCs. Sorry about that. But yeah, it was this difficult thing when trying to find information to talk about with 24 Killers, of only finding people who were comparing it to things like Undertale, Moon Remix RPG, etc. When really you kind of want it judged on its own merits. Right? Okay. To try and ambush Mother Hubbards, because you're not in a good spot. Sadly, an NPC. But we're in what statisticians would call the fucking bad place. Anyway, so yeah. Like, I really appreciate the Seattle Indies Game Club that I know you and Fearless are a part of. Because I think the Seattle Indies Games Club is a very important thing for showing, especially devs who are very, very in their own space. Like, other games that they should be paying attention to, right? Sorry, here's me trying to do a Shooty Gunbang and hold a cohesive conversation. Which, by the way, much easier said than done. The gentleman I've been sallied with I will assume as a gentleman because he's not a team player. Wants me to go and run in and do the risky thing so that he can then get all of the goodies. Sorry. Earlier on I was talking about how, like, I wish that our good friend Marketeer Fred could play games like this. Because Fred has a grounding in board game design. And in a weird way, good battle royales, good extraction shooters, the core of it is an action game, right? Oh, Mother Hubbard, if you're not coming up, I ain't doing shit. I ain't losing my stuff so that you can get paid, mate. And what's really interesting about stuff like this is that you kind of get that mercenary vibe. Like, this guy, he's not moving from his little safety spot. He wants everyone else to go do something spicy. He can reap all the rewards. And I think especially in board games, we've all encountered players like that, right? You know, the idea of the quarterbacker, the person who wants to see everyone else do exactly what they think should be done in a game. Yeah, good luck, mate. You've got a shotgun. I have a long-range rifle. I have a spoon and a cane. It was me attempting to carry some kind of conversation, and for all the faffermancy up on the hill, all I can hope is that the guy who was being like, you need to go do the dangerous thing, all I can hope is that he got his shoes pulled off and then beaten to death with them. Conversations for nerds, you're right. That was my great curse. However, as much as this guy was a complete disaster, war never whinges. Except for when it does. Oh my god. It made me click a million things to bring our stuff to a close. But I did manage to steal this cane, which I will be selling, and this spoon, which I will not. And I will be drastically underselling everyone else. Lovely. Right. Ooh, and I guess my stuff sold. Don't mind if I do. We are hoarding spoons. When Little Fire played this game for the first time, Alchemist Joker was like, oh, you don't want those. You don't want spoons because they're not worth anything, or something along those lines, to which Little Fire took great umbrage. And since then, we have both been hoarding spoons like there's no tomorrow. And also, beans. Many, many hordes of many, many beans. Oh, God. I've got a couple of universal keys that run out in like 21 hours. Ugh, by the 9. Yes, Numbers, I am hoarding spoons out of spite, but if there's one thing you must know about me by now, it's that my ability to be absolutely spiteful about nonsense is probably second to none. There are nations out there that don't hold a grudge as well as I do. Sorry, I shouldn't say a grudge, but commit to a bit harder. Oh. The one thing that I do have to apologize though to Furret and Baron, everyone who's just joined, like I have definitely hit the ceiling limit streamery wise. You know what? I'm going to find someone to pass your lovely selves over to, and then go from there. Like, I'm glad we had the 24 killers Bantamancy. I think it went okay. I will admit, I was expecting more folks from that space to join us. You know what? I don't know what I was expecting. Ultimately, you know, this was quiet in terms of like long shift nights. I had fun. God, it was lovely to just drink a beverage and get really arty-farty with stuff. I did really enjoy that. I don't know. Sorry, friends. I'm just emotionally, I'm a fucking mess right now. One of the things that I was really hoping was to recreate what we did with Show and Yell, but with 24 killers. And I'm going to really try hard to make that our event for December. If you're thinking of signing up for the game club, if you sign up now, you won't get charged till December, and unfortunately, we don't get told what the game is before the month begins. That's definitely something that I'm going to be talking to them about as feedback, because like I understand their concerns. They don't want people using the game club as a way to get just cheap games, because that's not the idea. But in the same breath, like, once we find out what the game is, that's the point when people are going to be excited to get in on the conversation. But I still had a really good time talking about it and researching it and getting into it. So I don't know. For as much as I am a mess these days, like, thank you all. This was good. And then thank you for indulging me for a couple hours and let me just run around and play Shooty Gunbang. You know? I know this game isn't our usual level of depth and complexity, but I don't know. It's where I like to spend my off hours, where I get them, you know? Anyway, I'm going to pass you over to Professor Nels, who is playing the Long Dark. Professor Nels is extremely good at the Long Dark and is absolutely worth watching. So if you haven't seen them play live, I'm glad that I'm the one that's going to get to introduce you. I mean, Numbers, I appreciate what you're saying. It's just, you know, was tonight quiet because of the chaos of the world and everything else going on, or was it quiet because, you know, 24 Killers wasn't the game to bring us together for a good discussion or otherwise? Only time will tell. But what I can say is that I'm still really happy to be like the absolute first game club partner it's an honor and a privilege to be the person picked first, and you know, anytime we get that acknowledgement that the Longship still slaps, I really appreciate it. And the following people about to careen past your screen have not only hung out here an inordinate amount, but have also put cash money dollars into keeping it all going. And for that, I say a massive thank you to the Dice Goddess, Dust in Your Eyes, Some Numbers, and Rip Bacon. Whether you were a gifted a sub as a comedy account or a long spree or anything in between, thank you. To Akari Zero, Eriman, Some Numbers, Scotty Doggy, Bacon Avenger, Pun Spectre, and Vanderbeast, you put in cash to keep this place going. Like, I won't be able to say enough thank yous for that. To the whole moderation team, not just Nova, but Caffeine, Moose, and Tal, you fucking legends, thank you. And to both Furret Turret and this wonderful little fire that you may have heard of. Thank you for bringing streams in, all right? You trusted me with your squad, with your people, and you know what? I probably wasn't the greatest of hosts this evening, but I hope you all had a great night. Chef, yeah, no, it's a high-end goodbye, but I am going to pass you over to Professor Nels. And Nels is fucking cool. Plus, again, they're playing the Long Dark, which is as great a wintry game as one could think of. So yeah. Whatever you do with the rest of your evening, I hope it is splendid. Tomorrow, I am returning to the mean streets of London, because I want to spend at least one more day with Fallout London, because I fucking love it. But like, God, it's so British. Like, I'm hoping to start early enough tomorrow as well that the UK crowd will be awake, so it doesn't just sound like I'm making up fake nonsense. Like, oh, this is the doop-de-doo apples and pears street made famous by Landon or some shit. Like, the references go deep. And I've got a drastically different direction from Little Fire, so if you saw their stream, I'm the other way. I don't even have a dog. It feels criminal. Yeah, one more day with Soho Joe. So yeah. That's it from me, friends. I hope you had a splendid Friday. Yeah. Keep making Muppet faces at it. Oh God. Okay.